by diesel generators. That's why this research makes sense to me. And that's why the power plants along the River Nile have been constrained here in the central, or where they have been constructed. And extension of those power lines to West Nile, of course, is quite expensive. Other alternatives that exist, of course, we have diesel generators. And this is a common scenario. There are mini grids being run on diesel generators. For example, what I've just mentioned in West Nile. And even many corporate organizations, they do have diesel generators to what as a power backup. But they could have also thought about solar. Why are we not having solar in all those corporate organizations to replace the diesel generator? Mind you, the more we run diesel generators, we are cooking our climate. The aspect of global warming has become a life-threatening scenarios. So we should find out a way out of providing electricity to our people, as well as avoid cooking our climate if we are to survive. Next. This short phrase, just randomly from an author, which states that start where you are, use what you have, do what you can, inspired me a lot. So I started asking myself, so where am I? I'm in Uganda. So what do we have so that I can use? In Uganda, we have, of course, the biomass. 90% of our people still relies on biomass to access energy, but not the modern energy. Now we want to transform this energy into modern energy that can also help us to transform our lives. Next. So how are we going to do that? The concept is simple. Biomass as biomass is not in a good state that it can be combusted in the engine. So the concept is get biomass, transform it into a form that can be, micronized. Micronization is about grinding it into minute particles. Then blend it with other additives to form what we call slurry. The slurry I'm talking about is just simply like the porridge, millet flour porridge or maize flour porridge. Just have it in your mind that I'm trying to prepare porridge as fuel for diesel engine. But I'm using charcoal as my flour. So after preparing my porridge, which is the slurry, then I run it in the generator. Of course, we all know that generator produces electricity. So those are the steps. But there is a challenge. All the diesel generators have been designed based on diesel fuel properties. Just like a baby. A baby is supposed to be fed on breast milk. But now I want to give bread to the baby. So what should I do? So that's where the problem is. The slurry is not meant for the diesel engine. But I must adapt the properties of the slurry so that it suits the operational parameters of the diesel engine. And one of the key challenges there is, if you can go back, what we call viscosity. Viscosity is how easy a fluid flow. For example, if you just knock that bottle and you let the lid open, of course, the water will pour. But if you have honey in that bottle and you still throw the same bottle, the rate at which it will flow out of the bottle will be slower than water. So that's what I'm talking about, viscosity. So if you look at the diesel fuel, of course the pictures I've shown, with my slurry, there's a variation. And so for combustion process, that is a very sensitive parameters that help in what we call atomization, and then it leads to combustion. To some extent also, biomass has low energy density. So I must find out how to increase the energy density of biomass. Averagely, it is about 16 to 31 megajoules per kilogram. compared to diesel, which is up to 42 to 45 megajoules per kilogram. And also, there is what we call stability. I've just mentioned something about porridge. Now you've made your porridge. So if you just leave your porridge for maybe a day, it means all the particles are going to settle and the watery part will suspend on top. So if I'm making fuel that is going to be used by someone tomorrow or maybe in a week's time, it means it must pass that stability test as well, so that you can store it, so that you can carry it to wherever you're going to. Next. So we had several objectives to arrive to that. So number one is, of course, where is the suitable biomass species or feedstock for what I'm talking about. So we had to look through Uganda. We did what we call biomass mapping, trying to look at the hotspot. Where is it? Using GIS. And out of that, we identified key biomass species, and we did characterizations. Characterization meaning we are trying to look at certain traits, certain properties that make it suitable for combustion. So for that objective, next, we got, these are of course the result for characterizations. There's what we call proximate and ultimate analysis. Proximate mainly look at the volatile matters. There's what we call ash, there's what we call fixed carbon. Different species have different levels of dose. And also ultimate analysis looks at the carbon, hydrogen, because those are the bonding, or those are the compound that forms the bond for energy when it is burning. Just like we say fire cannot, something cannot burn when you don't have oxygen. So the same way, firewood cannot burn when there's no carbon in it. Even that fuel, you drove a car coming this side. If there's no carbon element in that fuel, you will not reach here. So we also investigated those species so that we quantify what makes or what can make them burn better. Next, yes, even we went ahead looking at the ash content and analyzing the different elements. There are some elements like calcium, like potassium. They alter the temperature during combustion, meaning they reduce the combustion temperature. So if the species has high amount of ash, so it means the ash will melt and clog the system. So to avoid those kind of problem, we also had to analyze for the different properties. Next. The second objective was, okay, now that we have found the feedstock, but can biomass particles burn in an engine? Okay? So we had to use a predictive tool to look ahead. Can this powder or can this maize flour have mixed in the porridge? Can it burn in the engine and produce for me energy? So, of course, in this we are looking at specifically the particle size range that can burn within the engine timing. Remember, I know this is so technical then, but as engine is rotating, it is rotating within a given time. There's a time set for it to burn and exhaust goes out and so forth. But also, if I'm introducing something that is bigger than what was meant to be in that combustion chamber, then I need to investigate, can it burn within the engine time or not? If it cannot, what should I do? So that is what I've been doing in the second objective. Next. Of course, I've been using a software called Ansys Fluent. It is for investigating that. Why I'm doing so is because when you're grinding, for example, the maize flour I'm talking about, you have taken the maize to the grinding mill. By the time you're coming back with that maize flour, much as for you see as if it is uniform, it is not uniform. There are others that are bigger in size, they are also the smallest in size, and so for my simulation I need to know which range will burn within the engine timing. So like, unfortunately we don't have a pointer, but if you can go back slightly. Yes, so in the software, I had the opportunity to categorize that in terms of injection 1, injection 2, injection 3, and the particle sizes have divided it between 0.1 to 10 microns. When I'm talking about these particle sizes, I want you to feel your hair, for those who didn't shave. Now, your hair has a diameter between 20 to 70 microns. Are we together? So your hair falls between the, injection 3, that is the diameter of your hair. So I need to know whether your hair can burn in my engine to produce my energy. So I had to categorize that, and first, the first picture on the left, yes, it is, of course, the engine has stages of operations. They are what we call 4-stroke engine. So there's the first stroke taking in, just like us human being. I breathe in, it goes inside me, the biology does its work, then the exhaust come out. So that process, it starts with that step number 1, which is the induction. Then in the diesel engine, after breathing in, your lungs will compress. So there is also a piston in the engine that will compress that gas, and it increases the temperature and the pressure. And that is what makes the diesel fuel catch fire and burn. So for me, I also had to simulate temperature that will result after compression, so that if I drop my particle in it, it will catch fire, because there is also, that particle also has the minimum temperature at which it will start, or it will ignite automatically. So the first picture is showing me that the maximum temperature I can achieve after the compression is about 600. So then I need to ask myself, can my biomass, if I drop in it, or the maize flour I've been talking about, if I drop inside that container having a temperature of 600, can it catch fire? If it cannot, what should I do? Because everything is in research, you have to ask yourself. So the picture on my right is showing me now at the point, the exact point I injected those particles. Normally, as I said, the diameter, given the diameter of these particles being very small, we inject in millions. But in million, I've excluded the mathematical modeling that is behind this. There is a lot of calculation that for each of those particles, there is a mathematical process that happens to calculate the velocity, calculate the temperature, calculate the pressure. So if you have injected million, it means million time calculation is going to run. To get this result, most time it takes 2 weeks of computer running continuously. Unfortunately, in Uganda, of course, 2 weeks, power has blinked, internet has gone off, because you have to run online. The supplier, the software supplier need to see that you have not cracked his software. So it has been very challenging, as I said. Even sometime you've been running it for about 7 days. MTN sends you a text message at night that we are doing maintenance, so internet is off. So it means you have been running for 7 days and you are getting 0. You have to start afresh. So it has been challenging, but still, I've been managing and finding something next. Yeah, so there are what we call parameters that we use to evaluate. After injecting my particles and it has gone inside the combustion chamber, so what? So I need to evaluate it. One of the parameters for evaluation is the temperature. I need to look at, when you see the 3 colors, green, red, blue, blue is representing the first injection, red is representing the second injection, green is representing the third injection. Remember, we had injection 1, 2, 3 based on the particle sizes. So, in this evaluation, I need to ask myself, injection 1 had particle between this and this. What is happening? If you see between the angles between 330 to 370, particle 1 being very, very minute, it was able to absorb heat very fast, and somewhere between, after 370, it started burning. So you evaluate and compare and size range. 1 catches fire easily, 2 generate enough pressure inside the engine and also enough heat, which is normally converted into torque. And next, also, apart from injecting the 3 at the same time, I also did an average. Meaning, what about just a single or uniform size particle? So what you're seeing is just for 10 micron, which is like, okay, I'm just using the size for your hair. I'm not now varying. So it also gave me variation. All this variation is to help me evaluate which particle size range is suitable for combustion in my engine. Next, another parameter is what we call the in-cylinder pressure. How much pressure is it? Most time when you're starting your engine, you've had, you've experienced. Others, so it means the pressure is not building enough to start the engine. But where you just, one knock, people always say, one knock, the pressure is high enough to ensure the combustion to start. Now, this graph is representing the calamities that is happening because I have injected various sizes of particles. Still, for 1, as I said, like for injection 1, I have injected almost 500,000 particles. And the average of 500,000 pressure is what is being reflected. And also for injection 2, for injection 3. So what this graph is telling me is, it is not good for me to use any, wide variation of particle sizes to run my engine, because there will be variation or shocks in the engine that will not result in powerful torque to ensure that the engine run well. Next. So I have also done remember I used also for 1 or the uniform size particle of 10 micron, and also this is the outcome. It is showing me that yes, it is running well, but there's a point. That sharp point, it is telling me that there is volatile matter. Meaning, something starts burning, then because it contains other elements. Volatile matter is like when you have, for those who have cooked using firewood, at some point you hear there's that hissing sounds, and there's that toxic smoke. What is coming out is that volatile matter. All biomass material contain that volatile matter. So there are stages of combustion, it results into that. Then at some point it spikes, meaning it catches fire also and spikes. And then what you also see after that second spike is now the char particle also catching fire and burning. So this is also guiding me that I need to understand the properties of my fuel very well to ensure that either I increase the volatile, I use feedstock with more volatile matters, or I use feedstock with less volatile matter, just to control the sharp spikes in the peak pressure. Let's proceed. Objective 3. Now that in objective 1 we found a good feedstock, And then also we simulated, and the simulation is telling us, oh, this thing can burn in the engine by the way. Now, what next? We have to prepare. So, preparation, of course, makes the biomass as it is. You turn it into charcoal. Then, next, then you mill the charcoal, the micronization, into those particle sizes I've been talking about, between 0.1 to 2, or smaller than your hair. It's quite a tough job, but of course the equipment are there. These are research. So we have to, if it is not there, you have to find out where can I get it from. And just as Professor Jonas said, I used to do most of these things from University of Leeds, but because of COVID-19, I had to start building another lab at Makerere University. But still, for things that I do not have here, University of Leeds is always there to support. So, slightly, after, of course, I'm now in this stage of, I've produced my powder. I'm mixing this powder with ethanol and additives. Additives, they are what we call surfactants. Now, remember I said after mixing my porridge, if I just leave it there, the particles are going to settle. To avoid the particles settling, I need to add some chemicals just to make these particles excited. They just remain suspended. So that my liquid fuel, my slurry fuel will be liquid enough to be used in the engine. The last objective, of course, which is this one, I just want to play for you a video. If you can click, to show you exactly what is happening in the lab. So this setup is at Makerere University, and okay, all right. The last part I was just, yes. So, of course, engines are quite noisy, but they help. When I say engine, of course, you are here because of there's a. Okay, just a short video to show you exactly what we are doing under Acera. These are real things that if we complete, it will help. This test lab is not necessarily just going to serve the char slurry and stop there. No, it is going to be there to help testing more fuel. For example, we are producing enough ethanols, but they are still not being used. But countries like Brazil and so forth, they are already using it, and it is supplementing their oil in their country. So for now, I've not concluded on the testing. I'm on the last part of the testing. That's why I've not presented to you all the recommendations and so forth. But practically, this is what we are doing under this PhD. Of course, in conclusion, most of those results are showing me exactly what is happening in the engine. And I've compared it with other experimental. There is commonality where you find it is coming in line with what the engine is supposed to do. The variation is now how you control the properties of your fuel. Also, the trend in the temperature, like I showed you the temperature as well as the pressure, it is all showing within limit of an engine to operate. The main challenge, as I said, is modeling turbulence. When I say turbulence, an engine operate, the combustion in an engine operate in an environment, and modeling it is time-consuming and requires expensive computer hardware. If I had what we call high-performance computing, I would not be spending the 2 weeks I'm talking about. But still, other computing activities it takes even to get results. So but the experience is quite good, and we are all moving in the right direction. Thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation. Should you have any question, I'm available.
Okay, friends, if you have a question, by show of hands, just raise your hand, and we bring a mic to you. We are here to learn and ask questions. Raise hands if you have any question. Do you have any question? Okay, there is a question here. Kindly help me and pass this mic to the comrade in the back.
Thank you, Obio. This presentation. My name is Thomas Abama. I'm more of a water and energy. I did some time back.
That's good to know.
This is a one question that from I saw one of the raw materials. How would you control the raw material? Because as you're aware, there's more trees the face and trees, carbon sinks. So how would you control that?
Yes, thank you so much. Should I say my OP? Yes. Yeah, sustainability is one of the key aspects related to this. One of the solution is, of course, this technology just made what is already happening. Remember, Dr. Ka's project was to ensure that the different electricity being generated using different is made in a way that their quality is reaching the so they are not affected by. If I'm generating with my salary and producing, poor power, it should be properly rectified so that it can meet the quality for another consumer somewhere. Now, coming back to your question, I'm saying this technology is supposed to supplement what is existing in a hybrid grid. Hybrid mini grid meaning in a resources. We have, of course, sun, for example, we have events. So it means if my technology is able to make use of the existing waste to convert it into solar fuel and you run in that, it would have solved that problem. Remember, trying to bridge that gap between being intermittent and the storage being expensive. Yes, I'm aware about the competing need or competing use of even the biomass waste. And I have another presentation in the days to come where I'm going to expand more about what we are doing related to sustainability. We are also encouraging, of course, tree planting, but tree planting alone will not save us in terms of climate change. I'm not sure if I've answered you or...
Bobby, are you convinced?
The direct answer, number one, is we are using waste, meaning that there has been an activity that generated that woody biomass waste. So instead of the waste going to waste, we are using it to convert it into modern energy. Secondly, we are also having sustainability plan for this kind of technology, should it be taken up. And that's why I was trying to say I'm going to present more on sustainability plan in the next presentation, I think, in a day's time.
Okay. Any other question by show of hands? Oh, there was a question.
Okay, thank you. Pio.
Yes.
That is very good initiative, but just if you can mention about if there is any other toxic byproducts when you are running your engine. Like monoxides and so such kind of toxic products. How do you mitigate those?
Yes, for every combustion, there is always a byproduct. For every eating that we do, there must be a byproduct. So there are emissions out of this slurry fuel. And being under test, we are running to compare with the diesel, the stationary engines. We are comparing the quantity and the toxicity. If it is hydrocarbon content which is registered more, how toxic is it? So the toxicity will help us to determine its influence on the environment or on the person. We have not concluded that. That's why I say this. The last component, which is the test rig, it is still running, and in a week or in a month's time it will be done. Why I'm saying in a month's time? Because you need to run and then also change to another like that. But I'm still running. The results are not very conclusive yet for me to say, this thing does not affect the environment or this affects the environment. But from the preliminary I've seen, there is carbon dioxide being generated, but very low NOx. That is because of the temperature of combustion is not so high to generate the NOx. And given that there is less percentage of sulfur in biomass, we have not registered actually even sulfur oxides as emissions in the exhaust. I will explain more. I have posters somewhere. During the break, we can look through the results and as well have more discussion on that. Thank you.
Okay, one more because you're Christian country. 3 answers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Upio, for your presentation. My question is, are you using a specific type of diesel engine? Is it the common diesel engines, or we are going back to the old diesel engines that were invented to use peanut oil? Which type of diesel engine are you using? Thank you.
Yes, unfortunately, you see, the world is saying we should go for alternative fuel. Okay? But the infrastructure or the hardware for using that alternative fuel is not being manufactured. So we have to adapt. I'm using the common Lister pit diesel, which is it's manufactured from India. So it is the common one you find in the village for grinding mills. Yeah. But of course, results from this kind of experiment enable us to, because of Pagast is also manufacturing engine, so I should be able to give them this data. Let's start from here and we manufacture an engine that can use alternative fuel adequately. That should be one of the recommendations. Thank you.
Let's clap for Pio, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Pio. I love the fact that he has given us hope that in the coming days he's going to make a much more deep presentation about this. And while we are having a cup of coffee, kindly don't fear to engage. And thanks to all of you who are tweeting about this workshop, sending the information to the other side. So we're going to have some coffee. It's already on the outside. I'm going to request you go pick a cup of coffee and some bites, and then you carry them back to your seat so that we can have a working kind of tea break. Right? All right. So let's just go out, just grab a cup of coffee and some bites, and then you can return. While we're doing that, the DJ can give us a little bit of music as we take this tea break. The fourth, thank you so much. Welcome. Let's meet and we agree on how we can get the best pictures for this to be in the media. Thank you.
Thank you.
channel 1
All right, friends, we have 2 serving points for coffee. In the interest of time, we just have 10 minutes to speak that and we come back in. So kindly don't feel that it's congested. You have 2 serving points. Go get a cup of coffee and then return.
olaba eno channel 1 eyo eya waggulu ye combining kati nze gagamba yo channel 1
We return in the interest of time. Let's all return that we can be in position to deliberate even faster. Let's return back. And we are proudly African, so if you had any journey or someone you're expecting to join us, you will kindly bear with them. Our friends who should be joining us even more online because of weather, we have a little bit of challenge there, but we're going to get stabilized. So without any further ado, allow me to welcome you back from the break. But first, let's have a mini video just to bring us to speed about what Creek has been doing on the other side. Let's have attention to the screen, please. That will be coming soon on UBC. Let's clap for Creek on that. It will be coming live on UBC, and as and when you see it, regardless of the media house you subscribe to, kindly share that conversation. Without any further ado, friends, allow me to invite from Innovex, Bowe Benjamin, as he presents to us the renewable energy digitization, the opportunities, the challenges and solutions, but from the Innovex perspective. Let's clap for Bowe as he makes his way here. He's representing Mr. Baguma Douglas from Innovex, but he's still resilient and more capable, just like Doug.
Thank you very much, Andrew. My name is Boy Benjamin. I'm the Customer Success Associate. I do technical support at Innovex. Originally, I did computer engineering at Perry University for years. And I've been with Innovex for, we are coming to 3 years. I'm representing Douglas. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it. He regrets that. But he asked me to pass on this message, so you are in good hands. So, first of all, digital tools have a really significant impact. We can no longer go with analog way of doing things. By adding digital tools, it means we are more efficient, more cost effective. With software simulations, with performance analysis, we can be able to build bigger solar projects, improving on whatever was currently there, was previously there. With remote monitoring, you can do real-time monitoring, analysis for power generation. Basically, you can identify issues, promote safety of the equipment you are using, and also be more efficient overall. So, can move on to the next slide. I'll be highlighting how Innovex fits into this digitization process. So, first of all, I don't have to emphasize how needful solar energy is. From the previous presentations, both Professor John and Mr. Opio, we do know there is a gap in the electrification of Africa. There's a really huge gap, mainly because the prices for solar equipment is really high. And even if solar companies were trying to do something credit-based, there's a gap in following up on those payments that may be made. So with digital tools as a solution, we can always bridge that gap, because people make huge investments in these solar projects, and they need to see the value for their money. So, please move on. So, for the applications, Innovex targets solar companies, and the success of these companies depends on production outcomes of end users in maybe irrigation or agro-processing using the solar products. So if they are not doing this well, they cannot be able to gain value for solar energy. Most companies do not have the means to efficiently manage credit-based purchases. Then they would have to invest a lot in a sort of solution for this. So with digital tools, I would like to point out that we have tools like Angaza, there's tools like PayGops, which these solar companies are now trying to use, whereby you can monitor how somebody is paying, how your clients are performing. Some of these platforms even have token-based systems, so that a client cannot access their system unless they have made a payment. All this is possible with digital tools. So, let's go back to the right side. So, the pictures you see there, first one is solar systems, which we can monitor. The solar code room. We have a Davix. This is the product that Innovex manufactures that monitors all electrical parameters of a solar system. So that is voltage, current, how the batteries are performing, how the inverter is performing. If it is a solar water plant, then we can monitor flow rate. We can monitor if that pump is being used or not. We can monitor how much energy is coming from the panels and what is being consumed by the pump itself. We also offer a sort of a token service so that a client only uses as much as they have paid for. So on the extreme end, that is a carriage for, I think it's from one of our partners, Uptech. They do solar water pumps. And the setup you see there is that there is a Davix right under there. There's a small box. I don't know if you could highlight it. Just in the middle there. Yeah. And that is present for all these sorts of solar installations. Yeah. Just on the last end. In the middle. No, that's the pump. That's the solar water pump. Now that is the Davix. Okay. Yeah. So farmers in rural areas where they have terrible dry spells can always have this. Okay. You can move it around. The client pays a certain amount of money. They say, I've paid for maybe 2 months of pumping, and then this system will switch them on. And once those 2 months expire, they can be switched off, so that both the end user, the farmer, gains, and also the solar company gains, because both of them have made some investments. In the middle is the cold room. I don't have a good picture, but we monitor temperature inside these rooms. Because in cold rooms, if you are storing vaccines and you have even 1 degree change in temperature, you could end up losing that entire batch. So with the Davix, we can monitor that so that if the temperature is reaching critical levels, you get a notification and maybe act accordingly. On the last end, there's a solar system which we normally find maybe in schools, homes, hospitals. Those ones are generally just monitored to know how authentic your equipment is. You know, if a solar company gives you batteries and they have promised you they will work for 7 years, and then you find out that after 3 years, you can no longer get a full charge. Yeah, you may have to, if you have your warranty, you can always go back and get a replacement. But you cannot track that unless you have some sort of remote monitoring system, which is the digital tool, remote, that we offer. So remote is a platform for monitoring these parameters, and then the Davix is the hardware that is on site. Yes, you can move on. So the impact of Innovex products from 2018 to 2021, you can see we've been doing 100, 260, 610, 710 units, 1,500. And then the people, because remember these units are used by multiple people. Even though it's 1 unit, it's usually serving a home of like 5 up to 10 people. And then we also have for example, the cold room Davix, which I mentioned previously. It can be one, but it's monitoring a cold room that will be supplying an entire market. Okay, so this is a market that is storing goods for an entire community of thousands of people. Yeah. So just to clarify on cold rooms, I think some of you know them, but basically you have a cold room and you store your vegetables, can be vaccines, although mainly we are dealing with food, so it's vegetables, meat. And instead of throwing away produce after it goes bad for, after like 1 week, you put it in this cold room, the fridge, and it can last longer. So meaning the farmer doesn't have to lose any of their produce. They will be able to make some money off of that. We work with over 60 solar companies in over 8 countries. Those include Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Benin, yeah, we are really spreading. And the installations are over 2,000. Yeah. So the role of digital technologies, I would have to highlight smart grid technology. Of course, usually mini grids are huge investments. These are thousands of panels, lots of cabling. You would really want to see value for what you've put out there. So with this, you can always do real-time monitoring for how that grid is performing. We recently were doing some research to improve one of our new products called the Universal DAVIX, which will be working on mini grids. And we were at this setup in Kololo. I think some of you know it. This setup is of 1 megawatt. And they use inverters currently, which do remote monitoring. And of course, they use the platform so that they can monitor the huge system. So currently, if you use something like that, you are limited to using the inverters they provide. Meaning, if you are using the SMA platform, because they are SMA inverters, and you want to maybe add another inverter of a different type, let's say, Victron, you'll be unable to, because the platform is meant for their own inverters. You cannot deviate from that. So with remote, that will no longer be an issue. You won't, the new device will not care whether you have different inverters or different types. It will be working for any hybrid system you have. You will not be limited. And it will be monitoring from the batteries, the panels, the inverters, yeah, and also support a little bit of credit-based payments. You analyze that behavior over time and you come up with something with preventive maintenance so that you save money. So instead of waiting for equipment to fail, you can get it beforehand and save a lot of... we use data analysis, predict when equipment needs to be serviced, reducing downtime and maintenance costs, because with remote monitoring, there's no... The whole point is that you are in Kampala and your system is in Gulu. There is no reason for you to constantly go to Gulu to know how your system is performing. And you shouldn't even lose money when you can always constantly monitor your system. So predictive maintenance is upcoming and it will be available as one of our products, I think by the end of this year. So you just have to look out. Then we also have remote monitoring and control. This has always been our product. We help you analyze how your panels are performing, inform you when there is an overload, batteries, if they are too low, or if they are full, if they are charging, you constantly monitor and avoid any surprises. Then there is a blockchain technology. This one I'll expound in it later. It hints at carbon credit trading. So briefly, basically, it just means you are paying for something that is non-tangible. Yeah. So I'll explain more on that in the later slides. And artificial intelligence has also been explained because we do use artificial intelligence now to do preventive maintenance, try to figure out things before they happen. So I just have one example here of how the remote platform can save you from unnecessary trips and damages. In this case, it was misuse. So we have a client, it's called Chiindi Muslim School. And what happened was one of the users was misusing the system without the knowledge of the rest of the owners of the system. So meaning he was getting a welding machine and putting it on like a, let's say, 2 kilowatt system. In solar, people may not always follow your guidelines. You specify that, okay, your money is for 1 kilowatt. They're like, yes. So you can't put flat irons on that system. They're like, yes. And then one day you wake up and, they have totally misused it. Now, normally what happens is, if it fails and that the owner of the system is not around, they will blame the solar company right away. They'll be like, you gave me fake products. And if you don't have data to support if you don't have data to support that, you gave them something authentic, you may lose out. So the user misused it. There were over voltage notifications on the platform. The batteries were not getting full. And then the solar company was able to avoid warranty issues, meaning they didn't have to pay back the customer because they could see that the fault was on the client's side. So if you check on the next slide, so this is supposed to be a 1 kilowatt system. So on the other end, on the y-axis, we can see that is power in watts. Then on the x-axis, we have the date. So this guy was misusing this system for an entire month, and you can already see that in orange, that is the consumption. It goes way beyond the determined, the original setup of the system, which is supposed to be 1 kilowatt. So this guy was doing 1,800, almost reaching 2,000 watts on a 1 kilowatt system. So clients usually do that. So if you don't have any data to back it up, you may always be in trouble. So in blue, that is just production. That is how much energy is coming from the panels. But this focus was on consumption. So the benefits include increased transparency and accountability. Yes. So you'll be able, if you have investors, stakeholders, they'll be able to know where that money is going. You can really show them that, yes, this is the mini grid we are monitoring, this is how it's performing, it hasn't had any downtime. You have actual data to back up what you are saying. There's nothing imagined here. So with digital tools like remote, you can always track that. Then we have better optimization, meaning if we collect data for this 100 solar panels, and we know how long they last, the expected voltage, we know when to clean them, we can use that data to make an even better solar panel. Okay, so by using data from different installations, we can always improve and make better products. Then improved customer engagement. This always applies to, can be social media. It doesn't actually have to be remote. But with digital tools, you can always easily reach out to your clients. Tell them what is new, what are you working on. you can very easily receive their feedback if they have complaints, and then this can be resolved in time, and they will be happy and bring back more business. Other benefits, there is improved monitoring and control, enhanced grid integration, predictive maintenance. I've also already mentioned that. Yeah. So, what are the challenges of adopting these digital tools? So, even good things can be resisted. You may have good intentions, but sometimes maybe they require stepping on a few toes, so people may not receive them wholeheartedly. So, first of all, there is lack of knowledge and expertise. Yeah, we haven't yet created our own ChatGPT in Uganda or in Africa, so that means we lack some knowledge and expertise in that regard. So, if somebody doesn't know how to use a tool, yeah, it is useless to them. So, once people are sensitized about these tools, they are taught, they are brought up knowing about them, we can always be able to use them. Then next we have costs. Yeah, some of the tools necessary to achieve development are really expensive. Also training the people to use them can also be slightly expensive. So that can be a challenge. And then there is limited access to technology. This is a general problem in Africa. There's a really low percentage of the population well educated to use the tools. For example, I think I can just use an example of the population of Uganda is around 50 million. Who has a nice case of this? Okay, yeah, so 47 million, okay? So we should check the clients with MTN and Airtel. That is like less than 10%, meaning a lot of people don't even have access to technology or proper communication. So that is already a problem in itself. This limited access to technology will always prevent us from adopting digital tools. So yes, the future of digitization. In this case, I'm going to use the example of carbon trading. So, what is carbon trading? A carbon credit represents 1 ton of carbon dioxide that an organization is permitted to emit. Okay, so carbon markets turn carbon dioxide emissions into a commodity by giving it a price. Carbon credits or carbon offsets can be bought and sold on a carbon market. It is a simple idea that provides a market-based solution to a difficult problem. So, let's just use the picture there. So, we have solar panels on the right, and we have a factory on the left. So, this factory is producing a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. But then we have a nice mini-grid which is generating nice energy. So, the factory is not allowed to do that. There are regulations against those emissions across the world. What happens is the factory is supposed to buy carbon dioxide to offset what they are producing. So basically, these guys are saving the planet while the others are kind of killing it. So to offset that, they would have to buy credits from the mini-grid. Okay? So if, let's say, we have, let's say if we have a factory and they have produced, let's say, 1 ton of carbon dioxide, they would have to buy that they would have to pay a certain company, and then that company looks for solar companies to offset that carbon dioxide emitted. Yes, so that is only possible if you have data recording that my solar plant has generated this much energy in kilowatt hours. And then they can use that to offset the carbon dioxide produced by the factory. That carbon trading is already available in Uganda. We've already started it. Again, Uptake has taken up that very fast. Basically, we'll be paying you for the solar generated, but we need to install one of our devices to monitor how your system is performing so that we can track how much you've produced. So if you do not have one of our devices, we may not be able to trust your data that you've produced, 1 megawatts of energy this year. We have no way of tracking that. So with the device installed, we're able to monitor that and then give you money for that energy. Even though you are using it, we pay you for it. Yeah. So the only challenge is that it's only accessible to large projects, something around 100 kilowatts and above. Yeah, but I think we can bring it down if a solar company combines their projects. But currently, that is the setup: 100 kilowatts and above. It's a bit of an expensive sign up. You need $50,000 US. Yeah, and then payments are made only for a limited amount of time, meaning you can generate your carbon credits, but waiting for a buyer can take something about 2 years or 1.5 years. But it will be worth it because they will pay you well for the energy generated. But I have some good news, is that you may not need to pay that $50,000. So you just have to reach out to Innovex and we hammer out a deal and we buy that energy off of you. So basically, you have your solar panels, the diagram just showing you the setup. You have your solar panels generating energy. We use remote with Innovex to monitor how much you've generated from that plant, and then we'll relay that information to the different carbon credits traders and then give you money for that energy. So thank you very much. That is it. Welcome any questions.
Okay, Douglas gave us someone in good hands. Let's clap for him again. Now, this is the time where we ask questions by show of hands. Tell us who you are, who you're representing, or the company, or the entity, and then he will respond to that by show of hands. Anyone with a question? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Moses Sengin. I work for Integration, Energy and Environment. We consult for GIZ. In the skilling component of GIZ. My question would be based on your last presentation that raised my interest about carbon trade. What is your offer per kilowatt? What would you be paying?
Yes, thank you, Moses. So the price fluctuates, okay? Depending on who the client is, that price changes. So for big companies, people who are doing 100 kilowatt systems, that price is low. Then for people who are doing small systems, that price is slightly higher. But it fluctuates a lot. Yeah. No standard price.
Okay, there is no standard price there. We have another question.
Thank you, the presenter, Sergius Katushabe, and Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. My question is, how do you address challenges of underreporting and cyber threats? And again, how do you determine the social abatement costs? Thank you.
Yeah. So our products are well tested, to ensure that we actually give these carbon traders accurate information. They would actually have to calibrate them themselves because they know if Innovex is working with some solar companies to give inflated results, that project will not work out very well. So the data reported will be very accurate. Yes.
Cyber.
Yes, cyber. So again, usually with cyber security, the platforms we use are mostly safe. The biggest scandals under cybersecurity always come with negligence of the end user. People think that hackers are just there making code and all that, and the way we see it in movies sometimes, typing buttons. But mostly it happens when people are careless with their passwords, trusting the wrong person. So in that case, of course, we encourage people to be careful with their credentials. But on the hardware and software end, the platforms we use, those ones are normally very, very secure. They use really high-end encryption, firmware that can just be messed around with. So normally, cybersecurity issues come when the end user is a bit careless.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, questions are coming. The board chair of UNREA is here. You better answer this boy.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you, Benjamin. I think that was a wonderful presentation. You tickled our attention when you started tackling the issue of carbon trading. I would have loved to know more about how Innovex, for example, has positioned itself in the environment of carbon trading in the country. Because during the presentation, I don't know whether it's because of the context or the time, but you sounded like Innovex were either the only players, or monopolists, or I don't know, maybe you could have slightly given us a context of what the environment is in the country, Uganda's in general. Thank you.
Very much. So carbon trading is fairly new. And it's not yet a monopoly, it's just that it's new. If there are any other remote monitoring players in Uganda, they'll be able to join in later. But currently, Innovex is just trying to be the bridge between the solar company and the carbon traders. So we want to ensure that these people are getting accurate data. Okay? So even if there is another client, they try to partner with carbon traders, that's fine. But we are trying to ensure that this is actually authentic. Okay? We want to do it perfectly so that we lead the way for any other people who want to join us. But it's not yet a monopoly, it's just new. That we are the only people who have started on it yet. I'm sure other people will join in later. Yes.
Okay. We had other questions in the back.
Thank you, Benjamin. Just needed some clarification. You said if you are to do the carbon credit, you could go through Innovex. Now, my issue is, assuming that I have installed my solar system, but without your meter, I have my other meter, and I don't want to buy another meter, can't I still go through Innovex and get that benefit or carbon credit? And then lastly, you said the prices are fluctuating, they are not constant. At what point does Innovex, what size of system does Innovex start counting their carbon credit from? Because I've seen the DAVEX, you meters are on all kinds of systems, from small ones. So at what point do you start? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the Davix works from systems which have like 200 watts to 12 kilowatts. We're working on the universal Davix, which we'll be doing for mini grids, meaning if you have 1 megawatt, we'll be able to connect to you and monitor how your system is performing. Now, the issue of having your own meter, that is the issue I was mentioning, that we need to trust your data. Okay? So, as Innovex, we are placing ourselves between the carbon trader and the solar company, or whoever is generating that energy, so that they know that what they are getting is actually authentic data. Is your meter trusted? Is it one of those that the carbon traders trust? Because it will need to be verified. If it is trusted and they know about it and they know it works well, then your data will be accepted. But if it's doubted, then you will not be able to. By going through Innovex, there is no doubt. And also, integrating with the Davix hardware and platform, our system doesn't exactly discriminate. We do not say that we only work with certain inverters or certain solar panels. We work with basically all solar equipment on a solar system. We try to work that we are not isolating any, because basically they all have the same architecture. So we try to avoid that. So unless you, maybe it's just the cost of changing the system, it will be very possible for Innovex's hardware and software to integrate with your system.
Another question?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good presentation. I just want to, it's this carbon trade. If I have installation of not involving AC, like a water pump, and I can do without, and you do something for me to sell suppose I have a big solar plant for irrigation scheme, and I'm not going because it brings inefficiency by using inverter. You do that. Can I deal with you?
Yes, you will be able to. We have a Davix just for that, solar water pump Davix. It can monitor that system, and most of the time they don't have inverters on solar water plants. So you'll be fine. We just want to monitor that you are using solar panels and we're using it to pump that water. If we verify that, then there will be money for you.
Benjamin, on that, is it still the pricing then? Let's look at the pricing. He just didn't want to bring it straight, but I'm a typical African. What is the budget implication on that?
Yeah. Pricing, you only have to pay for currently, you only have to pay for the device. Okay, yeah. And then the pricing is decided by the carbon traders. It depends on how much money is coming from the factories, which are, you're meeting the carbon and trying to compensate for it or offset it. So if that specific year they have been generous, then the price will be high. But if they haven't been, then it will fluctuate. But the difference is not that big. If you need the exact figures, those ones will be, just come at our office and...
Okay, one last question for Benja, and then we take another presentation. He's doing good, though.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul. Mine is not a question, it's just an add-on to the carbon credit conversation. Maybe Benjamin you missed, but as a company that is about to benefit from carbon credit, there's also something called Carbon Future, where you can claim for carbon credit in the future from your system. Yeah.
Friends, we should clap for that. At least we have added some value there. Let's clap for Benjamin. Indeed, they sent us an able person to answer our questions. You can follow Innovex on Twitter, and before you leave, make sure you make physical contact with Benjamin there. That was really great. We're seeing solutions there. We're still having energies. Let me request all of us to stand in a bit. Let's all stand up. Just a bit, just stand up, just stand up. Just stand up. Let's raise our hands. Let's raise our hands. Let's raise our hands. Stretch them. Stretch your hands. We have all been to the villages, Senor. We have all picked some mangoes sometime, right? Just raise your left hand. Just pick a mango from up, left hand. Put the mango down in the basket before you. The mango down. Just put the mango down in the basket. Bend a bit to the basket. Take your right hand again. Pick the mango again and put it in the basket down. There is another mango, a little bit up, a little bit up. You're going to jump on the count of 1, 2, 3, we go. Pick the mango and put it in the basket. All right, let's take our seats again. Yeah, that's what happens when you're digitizing renewable energy. I needed your energy to equally be renewed so that we can proceed. That's it, friends. I think Alan Okello is ready from Tukole to give us his perspective as Tukole and the opportunities, the challenges and solutions therein when it gets to digitizing renewable energy. Let's welcome Alan Okello. Friends, show him some welcome. Those online, thank you so much for showing the same energy. You're welcome, Alan.
Okay, is this on? Yeah. This is why you do not do live demonstrations. Okay, so hi everyone. How are you all today? Good. So my name is Alan Okello, and I lead a small venture called Tukole. Next slide, please. All right, so this will give you a picture of what Tukole is. Who here has heard of Tukole before? By show of hands. Okay, good. So what Tukole is, we are a blue label platform. So it's a marketplace where you can find technicians, you can find carpenters, you can find plumbers, you can find solar technicians, you can find casuals, you can find welders. So basically, Uber for technicians, okay? Yeah, and so you can also then, as a client, sign up, and so you can meet the technicians. It's all location-based. Next slide, please. And so the reason we started this journey of Tukole is very simple, but I first wanted to contextualize why we're all here, right? So I heard some people are not very technical, so I want to just give a simple explanation of what renewable energy is, and then go into what Tukole has to do with renewable energy, okay? So basically, just for those who don't know, renewable energy is energy that can be naturally replenished, at least within much quicker than you use it, okay? So we're looking at things like the sun. Every day the sun comes up, right? The wind, hydropower. We're also looking at biomass. And so that's basically, in short, what renewable energy is. And typically, renewable energy is categorized as something that can be replenished within the human life cycle. And so things like oil do not count as renewable energy, okay? Now, with Tukole, we can deal with all forms of renewable energy, but we chose to pilot just with solar for a start to see how we can support the solar sector, okay? And so the main problem that we found as Tukole is that there's a shortage of trusted, reliable talent in the market, okay? There's issues of unreliability in terms of, I know you've probably all heard the saying about dealing with carpenters is a headache, at least in Uganda. I'm not sure in the Western world, but I also hear that blue-collar labor is also very limited in the Western world. It can take you months to find a builder or a mason to build your house. They're unqualified people, people who say, yes, I can do. That's a very Ugandan thing. That, can you fix this car? Yes, we'll figure it out, right? So you find the same in the solar sector. Repetitive repairs, you have someone coming to fix the same issue multiple times. And then scheduling delays. That guy who keeps saying, I'm on the way. Where are you now? I'm on the way. Just wait. right? So that's the problem. Next slide, please. Solution is the platform. So find someone in the location where you need them on demand, right? So that's what we built with our platforms. We have a web platform, we have an app, and we have for iOS and Android. And we rolled that out, the minimum viable product, so something that kind of works, that we're now going to stress test as we roll out this project. So on there, basically it's one platform, you find all the experts on there. There's minimal risk because the pricing is standardized, so no more haggling, right? You call one plumber or a solar technician, he says 20,000. The next one says, he looks at your jacket, looks at your car, says 500,000, right? So you don't have to worry about that. And then it's rapid response and the pricing is predictable. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. So we leverage the website and the mobile platforms and a contact center. We have so many customers who try the app for the novelty once, or try the website, and then they call Alan every other day. Hey, I need a technician, Alan. So we still have to do a lot of training for people to trust the digital platform, but so that's why we keep the call center, in case you want to say hi. Okay? So basically you find all the categories on there. Solar is a specific focal point for us this year. And you'll find profiles of the solar technicians on there. We managed to get a project started December last year, where we profiled and onboarded and trained over a 2-week training period, over 202 technicians, solar technicians, across Uganda. We are now also moving into West Nile, where we have 15 solar technicians. And our training partner was Creek. Patrick and his team did a very good job to at least get the technical standard to the international standard, and now we just need to fully profile every single one of those technicians on the platform, and then start marketing them to the sector, and start them doing jobs the right way. Next slide, please. So the way to collate, or the way most people will engage with us is through 3 pillars. There's Tukole Home, so if you're at home, get on the app, request a service, right? Tukole Business, so we do have a B2B model where we have an annual basic cleaning contract with a facility, and then we provide a facilities maintenance as a service with the whole task force that we have behind us, which is all the carpenters, all the plumbers, all the solar technicians. Whatever issues arise, we can deploy and repair on demand. And then we have Tukole Task Force. So this is something we're rolling out this year, where we deploy large volumes of the talent that we have profiled on the platform. So we're looking at projects where you need, for example, mass installation of solar systems, for example in West Nile, where we're working with Village Power to do 500 installations over the next 3 months. And so basically it's very, it's fun, but it's also the right use of these people's talent, because we do believe in dignified jobs as well. And so we've been working through our service provider journey to make sure that these people are actually getting access to quality jobs, not just any job. And so when a service provider joins Tukole, they register, of course, we vet them, then we place them either in Tukole Home, Business, or Task Force, right? And so they can also get access to continual trainings. Everyone has to go through an onboarding process, everyone has to go through a background check, everyone has to go through some additional support trainings. For example, some people come to Tukole, you're very technically competent, but you don't even know how to answer the phone or how to enter someone's home. So those soft skills trainings are very important for the customer experience. So we make sure we give that free for now, just to make sure that the customers are getting a good experience, but also so we can upskill these people. We also add on financial literacy. I'll talk a bit more about that later on. Next slide. All right, so these are the current focal trades we're doing right now. And we make sure that we provide the PPE at this point in time. Joining the platform is completely free as well for customers and for technicians. And we make sure that everyone does follow a code of conduct. So every technician makes sure that they sign basically a code of conduct for Tukole. So if they commit any fraud or anything, that there's some skin in the game as well, right? Next slide, please. So this is what we've been able to do in the last 2 years of our formation. We've been able to profile over 2,000 youth in Uganda. 202 are solar technicians of that. This is the cohort in Gulu. Patrick and his team were there for the latest training at the start of last year. We were able to serve over 500 households, and we were also able to partner with banks because in these trainings and onboardings, these technicians and service providers were able to express additional needs more than just accessing a job. We found out that a majority actually lack things like tools. They have the expertise, but they come to the job without a ladder, a hammer, a screwdriver, and you find that out when you place them to a customer's house. And then you also find that they also lack access to capital, right? And so we partnered with Opportunity Bank, and we're the only company in Uganda able to give a solar technician, not staff, a solar technician, a casual, access to 5 million shillings with just a signature. And so this is a pilot we've run over the last 2 months, and these people are using the money to pay for school fees for additional learning, to buy tools, to invest in businesses. So we have electricians who have started hardware shops, and to collect purchases from them, for works that we're giving them, for jobs that we're giving them. So this is an additional sort of initiative we're trying to build out as well, on top of just placing them to jobs. Next slide. So, what are we doing this year? So, the opportunity is very clear. We did a market study with Power Africa where we identified about 2,000 jobs this year that we can do just in solar across multiple other companies, and this is on a B2B sort of model. So working with solar companies that don't have the sort of network that we have of solar technicians countrywide. We found that we have a footprint countrywide, so we're also able to leverage that with other partners to make sure that we can reach many more youth and also reach many more customers who have a need. Within the solar sector, I think solar is outpacing Umeme in terms of additional connections every year. We're doing close to 800,000 to 1 million new connections annually within just the companies who are reporting data to the Uganda Solar Energy Association. And out of those, most of these companies have been around 7 to 10 years. And COVID made a huge hit in the sector by actually creating a situation where technicians could not keep these assets working that people have been paying for. And so we found this huge need where you even find customers who have not seen the company they purchased their solar system from in years, right? And they don't know where to go. So when you go to Innovex after this workshop to buy their remote monitoring tool, and they tell you, yeah, your system is down, what do? Right? You call Tukole, right? I hear so much silence. Does it click? Yeah, so we're trying to fit that gap. And we have a partnership model where we want to work collaboratively with a lot of institutions that, championing the change that needs to happen of increasing energy access, but we want to maintain the access levels that they reach. And that's our big challenge for this year. We want to onboard 10,000 more youth onto the platform this year, and also then make sure that we get them additional access to tools, get them access to financial literacy trainings and digital trainings to make sure that they can actually use and benefit from the digital economy, right? And the solutions that we've seen and tested, even during the trial of the solar project, was just more collaboration. We need much more coordination between a lot of the development partners, a lot of the institutions like Creek that already are doing good work, but could be, 10x'd by just collaborating and saying, hey, we've reached this far, what can you take on from here? Second, just a lot more awareness and consistency. We see that not many people know about Tukole, right? And just by showing more people what each of us is doing in the sector, I think we can do a lot more just by telling someone else. And so I urge you all to go online, download the app, try it out, or just call Alan and we'll help you out. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay, for starters, let's all get out our phones. This is how we do things. Let's bring out our phones. Just get your phone, go to your app store. This is how we do things. Let's all support one another. Let's go to our app store, look for Tukole. Yeah, let me see you on your phone. Go to your app store, look for Tukole. Let's do this. Let's do this real fast. Tukole. You can only tell people what you've seen, okay? Look for Tukole app. It has Innovation Village. It's green in color. This is how it looks. This is how it looks. You've seen the app? Install. Those of us who are on Android, you know how we do these things. There is Wi-Fi here. Install. The ones on iOS, they're saying you need to buy. You find your Samsung. I know you have one there with Airtel. Let's install it, so that when we are asking questions about the innovation, we are in position to look at the platform Kwanza. You've installed it? Downloading, Downloading, We are innovation, and we want to have a thought that is very informed about the app. Great thanks to Tukole. I'm grateful that I can find my plumber, I can find my Manson, I can find anyone there. Downloading. I'm at 67%. How far is the percentage? 10. With the Wi-Fi here. What kind of phone is that, bro? Hey, okay. But you're on a good speed. You're on a good speed. We are downloading it, and then we can have him answer a few of our questions. Now that you have his app, and before you leave, make sure that he also downloads what you do. Sindio? Hey, that's how we're going to move very fast. 97. Installing. Friends with Android, are we together? We are installing, Sindio? Hey, now open Village. Tukole. So it requires you to just see what you need. The interface looks like this. Does it look like that on yours? Yes. Okay, now we can have the questions. By show of hands, who has a question? If you have a question. Okay, someone from UPIC here. By the way, if you don't know what UPIC is the only technical college in our country that trains people who are going to deal with oil, that is downstream and upstream. This is where it comes from.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Okello. Some speaker talked about public acceptance of new innovations. I wish to get some impressions about the challenges you have met over this. Thank you.
Okay, that is one. Another question? Let's ask like 3 that you can respond at once. Any other question? One from UBC, our preferred network. You can laugh, but it is.
Thank you very much, Andrew. My question goes for, based on experience from other applications that startups are bringing up, there seems to be a lack of smooth sailing through applications. That you find that some of them are not logging in effectively, and they are not. Are you ensuring this now that I've actually downloaded the app? Of course, I'm going to check it out. But then also the other one is you're linking a skill to a need, yes? But how do you guarantee that these people that are signing up are qualified for these jobs? I heard you elaborate some of that, but I want to get a little deep into how do you know this person's characters this person's character and that it would represent Tukole very well at the place of operation.
Thank you. Any other question? One last one? Okay, we have one.
Thank you, Alan, for your presentation. I'm actually very interested. Going through the app, I see most of the bidding, so it's in Parawa, and with the experience with the Ugandan laborers, normally someone will delay the job in order to earn since he's earning per hour. Where is the balance between actually getting quality work done and then just getting value for money, or just spending time and making sure the sun goes down to earn a little extra?
Those are the three questions. You can respond to these, Alan. One more? There are three now. So we can have all of them. Three more questions, and we wrap it up.
Thank you, Alan. That was a very good presentation. My question is, how do you ensure that all these technicians or the people that you have on your platform are really qualified to do the job? But also in particular for the solar technician, I know this DIT certification for solar technicians is the ones that are on the platform, are they certified? But besides the solar ones, also the other categories, how do you ensure quality?
Thank you, Alan, for this presentation. Yes, this is regarding the Tukole platform, and it's also a very common issue with other platforms in Uganda. Limited internet connectivity is very common in mostly rural areas. How can you be able to address this? Are there any offline tools that can be used in this platform that can help people in rural areas? Thank you.
Okay, last one.
All right. Okay. In most cases, job, we are looking at only youth, and yet, from my experience, the adults in their even 40s, they are still trying to find their path to survive. Meaning that there are those who still need to learn some of these trades and be able to, start working and get something. So I hope in your recruitment, you may be using the word youth may stigmatize those who still need that, but you could just invite anyone who needs to learn.
Alan, in the job market, there are levels of sophistication of assignments. So is there a provision within the app that that classifies the different levels of competencies of the people within your collection?
Okay. The second last was ageism. If I'm 55 but I'm a good plumber, do I qualify? And there
does help is having someone locally near them, telling them also that, hey, if you want me, find me on the platform. And so we're doing a lot of trainings to the technicians to tell them to coach their clients on how to get them back without having to go through a long road, without having to save phone numbers, just keep everything on the platform. And that's also a coaching for these guys to make sure that we give them a track record as well of jobs that they're doing. And so a lot of them could not even express that I've done 500 repairs because there's no track record, right? And so that's also a mindset change that we're trying to put in place for these guys, that create a track record for yourself. This is evidenced by the guys who are getting money from the bank. A requirement is to have a track record of 3 months of jobs completed on the platform to be able to access the working capital. So, yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done on that side, though. The lack of smooth sailing with the platform, I believe, was the question, for getting through a job request. Yeah, it's expected. Who remembers when Facebook first came out? Tried to sign up, right? It's only when it got popular and stress test is when it became the Facebook we know today, when Instagram became the Instagram we know today. And so yes, unfortunately, it's like a marriage. You will see me wake up with no makeup on, but we'll get through it, right? And we'll get to a point where it's stable enough, with enough users on there, with enough customers, that it actually will become sort of your day-to-day. And so it has to go through phases like that. Understand we are also working with a very small budget, so bear with me. But it works. It will be a little bit buggy. You'll see that the pictures will take a few minutes to load, but that's version 1. Version 2 we should expect by around August, and it will be much better. And we hope that by version 3, that will be the least of your worries, and you'll be worried now about, hey, how do I get done around my house? Or how do I get more done with my project? So it's expected, and we just need to manage the expectations of the client. This is why I said it's not perfect, but we'll get there, right? Linkage of skills and character. So the issue of character and making sure that these guys are certified, those 2 questions. Yeah, so luckily we're dealing with technical people except for the cleaners. So we do an in-house training for the cleaners to make sure that after 2 weeks, they're up to the international standard. Tukole does have 45001 ISO certification as of as of August last year. And so we're able to make sure that health and safety is as to international standards. We also are trying, at least we're following the international guidelines for certification that is needed for every trade. So it's very easy. It's a pass-fail on vetting. Do you have a certificate or not? Then we do a technical assessment, which was done by Creek for all the technicians, to make sure that they are competent and have enough awareness as well. Because the worst thing we want to happen is that you put them in front of an Aptec solar system and they don't know, and they say, I only know NG. That's all I work on, right? So we're trying to also do exposure as much as possible so that technically they're competent, but exposure-wise as well, they know what they're going to find in the market. So actually 90% of the jobs on Tukole are technical, so the vetting is fairly easy. On the character side, we do require an LC letter of recommendation when they sign up, just to make sure that someone they know in their area is recommended. An LC will not recommend a criminal. It's actually more sound than getting that certificate of the clearance letter from police, because the police file can get lost, right? So it's better a next of kin, just to make sure we know who is working with Tukole. Now, tied to that, they are independent contractors, so there's a code of conduct. They're signing up to do their own business, not necessarily to work as staff of Tukole. And so we just make sure that we have a rating system on the platform. So if you have a good rating with clients, good feedback, you stay on the platform. If your rating sucks And if you are also being, if clients are telling us that you are a problem or a hazard to society, then for sure you get no more access. So there are mechanisms in place to make sure that the cream flows to the top and the rest up. Billing per hour. Yes, so that's just a way to standardize the rating, the billing to clients. But once the technician actually comes to your premises, we face issues where clients say, I just need a tap fixed. The guy comes. I need a solar panel washed. You come and there are no wires. So you make him do wiring, you make him do positioning of your system and repinning all the cables. So he has to do a re-inspection on arrival based on what you've put, and he will put a quotation, a final quotation, in the system which you approve as a client. Only once that approval is done in the system, then the job can continue or can start, and it's actually the client to start the job, and once the job is done, it's the client to end the job. So you do get a final quotation with all the costs finalized in there, and it's between the service provider and the client around once they verify. But at least you have the guidelines of the hourly rate to guide you, and someone can't just give you a wild cost. The only cost that might change is if you want a gold toilet or a porcelain one. That's the only thing that can change the materials, and it's up to you to choose the materials that are used. Yeah. Okay, then qualified for work, yes. So I think I answered that one, right? Limited connectivity to rural areas. Yes, that's why we have the call center. So those who do not have access to internet can always still call on the hotline and still get the same placement to a service provider. That's actually how we started, was doing the manual way as we built the platform. So we're very good at the manual way as well. So it just made it much better to make sure that the experience is very similar, to feel like you're still working with someone and that someone is watching the process. Okay? But yes, limited connectivity is an issue. On the platform, there is no offline option. If you're online, you can access all the activities on the platform. If you're offline, there is a call contact center option on the app, so that you can still get a phone call in or buzz and we call you back. And lastly, the ageism thing. Yeah, so the way the platform is built, if you're a senior technician with seasoned experience and a team below you, you can join as an individual or you can join as a business, and then upload your team under you. So even the seasoned ones who have their own businesses can create profiles and work as a business. So the bigger contracts we have, we can give those to you as well. So that's another option for getting these people to become independent and get grow teams beneath them and also take up the opportunities. There's more than enough of the pie to share with them, for sure. So levels of satisfaction, sophistication of the assignment. I don't think I got this question correctly, but I think I touched on it on the way the system allows clients to rate a service provider, so that we make sure that the client and the job was done satisfactorily.
All right, let's clap for Alan. Thank you so much. The messages you're seeing there, the new entrants who just joined the platform. It's a few minutes to 1, and I'm going to request the next people coming in for the presentation. We're going to keep time. Let's vote on this. Can we have one presentation, we go for lunch, or we have both of them and then we go for lunch? By show of hands. Those who are saying one presentation, we go for lunch, by show of hands. This is democracy. 2 presentations, then we go for lunch? Okay, the ayes have it. Let's have Mr. Paul Kamoga from Uptech Africa to come and give us the Uptech Africa perspective. Let's clap for him.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Kamoga. I am the Deputy General Secretary to the board of the Uganda Solar Energy Association, and I'm also the project manager for the Pay and Pump project that is under Uptake Africa. And today I'm here to talk to you about the digitization of renewable energy products in our perspective. As Uptake, we are an EPC company of choice of solar energy and water pumping in Africa, with locations in Uganda, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Niger. And the ones below, those are completed, some of the completed and ongoing projects that we are currently doing. Today I am here to talk to you about the Pay and Pump project that I directly coordinate, and it is specifically to serve the underserved group of farmers in Uganda. We are mostly focused on the northern, eastern, and the central region for now, because we believe there's more abundance of sun in those specific regions. So the market opportunity here is we have longer dry seasons, we have substandard systems on the market, the unpredictable rain patterns, and affordability of the available options. As we are aware, farmers thought that this could be a very dry season. But as we see outside, there's a lot of rain that is going on these days. And the innovative solution is access to water, pay using mobile money, pay per usage, service and maintenance, reliable water supply throughout the year. And our product, stroke service, includes a sunlight water pump. It has a solar power panel of 340 watts. It has a push cut. It has a Davix from Innovex. Benjamin pretty much preempted my presentation or speech, but I'll go ahead and tell you about the water pumping side, which the Davix is the remote monitoring device that we use on the solar water pump. And then we give suction and the delivery pipe plus other pump accessories. And we enable a client make payment through the different mobile money channels. So how this works, the Pay and Pump, we basically operate on 3 payment models. One, which is cash, lease to own, and then the pay per usage. Cash is the normal one-off purchase. Then the lease to own, we would basically give you a system, then you pay 25% deposit of the system, then you complete the rest of the money in a period of 2.5 years. Then the pay per usage, which I very much believe that we are the only company that are doing it at the moment, is where we go to the site and do installations free of charge. And then you would have to pay 150,000 shillings every month to get access to water, but using our system. The system is remotely monitored, and in case of any default, we are able to switch it off, still using the Innovex system. So the client would then make payment using the different mobile money platforms. And currently we have 81 systems in the field, spread out in the northeastern and the northern and eastern regions. We haven't had so much success in the central region because central region people do not do so much intense agriculture. But we have done so in the northern and the central region. And then the available add-ons, we have a water tank, we have a fertigation chamber. So under the fertigation chamber, we would install a system, and then would also install for you a fertigation chamber where you'd put your fertilizers. The water would then go through the fertigation chamber, then finally to the garden. And then we could also provide a garden hose or a garden sprinkler. Then these are some of our partners and sponsors that are enabling us spread the word. UK Innovate, Soleil Power, GIZ, Innovex, MTN, Smart Villages, and then UNCDF. I just have a short video, like 2 minutes, a testimonial of what we have done. Thank you very much. So that's just a product video, but there's another testimonial video that you could find on our website, which is www.payandpump.com. Yeah, thank you. Do we have any questions?
I can speak, I think. I would like to know for the system which you install and the client pay 150,000 a month, what's about the security of the system? Who is taking care of this?
The security, of course, has to be taken by the client, but we still have information of the location of the system. So it's we locate it through the Innovex box, which uses a SIM card, GSM basically.
So the client should be also take care of the security?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Sibaji Ronald. I'm a meteorologist. I'm also an innovator. I work with NARO and Agape Innovations. I'm also a graduate student at Machiavelli. So my question is, first of all, I would like to thank you for the innovation and the great work done. My question is, where is the precision aspect in your work? Because yes, the water is available, but the fact that we have all these different sectors competing for the same water, the question that always comes through is how much goes to the crops or the soil vis-a-vis what the crops exactly need.
Thank you very much. Maybe what I didn't mention is that we also offer agronomical services at a free cost. So for every system that we install, we also provide, depending on the different types of crops, we also provide irrigation sort of timetables. When the plant is supposed to irrigate, what time, and how much water they should provide to the specific crops. Yes. Any more questions?
This is Alvin from Creek. About the paper usage that you mentioned, 150,000. So, what is the expected output in terms of, is it for an unlimited usage of water?
So the pump does 2,700 liters per hour, and the 150,000 will give you access to water for 1 month. Any more questions? No? So I look forward to most of you subscribing, since this is the agriculture is the backbone of Uganda. So you got the video? Okay.
Nkaire Wilson, the chairperson of Vuleva village in Budondo sub-county in Jinja, Northern City. I'm a farmer. Basically, I deal in vegetables. First and foremost, I need to thank Uptake Africa Community Pay-in Pumps. Those people, they have come, they visited us, they looked for me, they came and explained everything about the pump, the pay-in pump. And at the moment, as I'm talking right now, we are in my garden. The pump is operating. I'm fully satisfied that their work is so smart. Everything is good. Their pump is okay, the panel, and the entire system. So I promise I'll work with them for the rest of the years. So my great thanks goes to the Uptake community. Please do this not only to me, but the rest of the farmers. And I will be verifying if our village, basically where I'm basing, at least around 100 farmers apply for this type of pump.
I'm called Senko Mabubakari, the poultry manager of this farm in a village called Vuleva, found in Jinja district. We use only 140 liters of water per day. Let me just send a warm thanks to the Uptake Africa for the innovation they have brought in this village, because we shall not complain of any other water shortage in this area. I'm sure that they will take more than 140 liters of water a day. Thank you, Uptake Africa, Pay and Pump.
If you also want to be part of the beneficiaries of the project, I am seated right there. You could just come and we have a small discussion. For the pay-as-you-go paper usage, we do not charge any fee, no assessment fees, no sales and maintenance. It's all catered for under the monthly subscription. Then, of course, for the rest, you'd have to pay a small fee for assessment for the rest of the payment models. And then something maybe that I would like to add on that they usually ask is, farmers like to irrigate mostly in the morning and then in the evening hours. And no one asked about if the system has a battery. And of course, in water pumping, we harvest water, not energy. But we are developing the pay and pump version 2 of the system that comes with a battery, and it also has USB ports for phone charging, lighting. So we are trying to make a system that is an all-in-one, that will give you water, but will also save your domestic needs at home, back at home. So yeah, thank you very much.
We don't have questions for him, Yeshua? We are done. Thank you. We
we're following up the conversation online, there is one participant who happens to be in Namibia following this conversation. It's not only just by accident, but this week we have had a couple of African countries that have signed renewable energy MOUs in Dubai. Have you been following the conversations? Have you been following the conversations, comrades? A few of you have been following the conversation, and she says that this conversation we are having here, on Twitter here, she says, I think we need actually to put it on a national level. What we are having here, we need to blow it out of proportion beyond what meets the eye every day. I really want to urge all of you who are here, innovators, NGOs, and government entities. Government is here, you know government is listening. Please, we need to give more visibility to these conversations. That said, when we go to what we call Creek, we're going to have Mr. Moses Kakoza. He's going to give us the perspective. This is called a peer plan perspective on the opportunities, challenges, and the solutions. Please, whatever we're treating here, it's going out. There is impact that is being made by this workshop we're doing. So let's keep tweeting. The hashtag is Asera 2023, and don't forget to tag Creek Makerele so that they can be in position to track this conversation. Let's welcome Mr. Kakoza Moses. Let's show him welcome, friends. Let's clap for him.
Thanks, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to present this tool. I'm calling it this tool because I didn't develop it. It's Leeds University that developed it, and together with Creek, but I'm presenting it. It's called PyEplan. It's used for developing mini-grids or designing mini-grids. So there are a lot of different mini-grid tools for locating a site, for assessing how many customers you have in a particular village remotely without having to go there, or sizing the system like PyEplan and Homer and RedScreen. Then there's also systems which are used for monitoring the system like AMP and some other systems. There's also a tool which I saw recently, which even the government in Nigeria uses to regulate a mini-grid, so that you don't have to send papers to ask for a permit. You can do everything through a digital platform, and then you get your permit approved online. But today we are focusing on this PyEplan tool for mini-grids. So it's a Python-based energy planning tool. It's a free software. So compared to other tools or some of the other tools, you don't have to pay for it. It's open source. It can be accessed via that link. Yeah, it was developed by Leeds University, and now there are also some other universities involved in updating it. Next slide is a small video about, just to take you through the website.
PyEplan can be accessed from pyeplan.sbs-lab.org. So here an introduction to the software, the different functionalities of the software, which includes the different modules, where we have the data processing modules, the feeder routing module, the investment planning module, and the operational planning module. And in the website, you'll also find a guide to the installation of PyEplan if you want to install it on your own computer. You should be aware that PyEplan can as well be used with platforms such as Google Colab or Kaggle. So we'll provide you with a guideline on the installation and the different packages you will need in case you're installing it on your computer. As well, we'll provide you a guideline on the input data that you need to input and how exactly you need to input it. Also, you have the output data as well, and how you are able to read the different output of your results.
Next slide. So basically, just to show you a bit what the tool has. So it has this four modules with an input. So if we go to the next slide, please. So the first one is the input one, where you put all kinds of data like the load demand of the customers, and then also the profile of the energy, like the solar or wind or whichever energy source you're using, and the distribution network topology and parameters. Next slide. And then the data processor is basically used to process data which is used for the next session. So here you can do like scenarios of generation, historical data collection or data clustering. Next slide, please. And then in the feeder routing, you can also design the distribution grid. So you can put in like the coordinates of where the different customers are and what type of customers they are, whether they are 3-phase or single phase, the site terrain of your site, or even the site map. Next slide. And then basically what you have is a bit of an investment planning. So you can put in different constraints, which gives you an optimal investment plan on what kind of CapEx investments you need, depending on the size of the mini grid which has been designed. Next slide. Yeah. No, sorry, go back. Yeah. I don't know why this operational planning. Yeah, sorry. So that's an error. It's supposed to be operational planning here instead of investment planning. So under operational planning, then you can also put in like the network. For example, how much OPEX do you expect to incur when you're selling the power? How many people do you have in your team, in your operational team? And then it can give you the operational cost and the operational plan as well. And the next slide just compares a bit what PayPlan is compared to the most used microgrid design software, which is Homer. So first of all, it's free. You don't have to pay for it. So if you're a student like me who did my thesis on microgrids, then you don't even have to pay for that. But also, Homer does not actually do low voltage distribution network design. It just does the generation plant and the batteries, but then the distribution grid, you have to then design it differently. But PayPlan is able to do all this together, in addition to a lot of other benefits. The last slide is a video of our colleagues at Creek and what they did with the example in Watoto. You can play that video as well.
Uganda has 70% of the homes without access to electricity. This is similar to our case study of Watoto, a children's village that's 32 kilometers away from the city center. With this village, you find their homes and their children, but they have no access to electricity. And you know the challenges of having no access to electricity. That means their reading hours have been cut short, and they are also exposed to using unsafe forms of energy. So what we are working on right now is a software to help us develop sustainable and resilient mini-grids using hybrid energy solutions. So we are using Python to optimize these energy sources, and what we have developed at the end, our objective is to provide a least cost solution for energy. So we have so far implemented this case study with Watoto Homes, and we were combining solar and wind energy resources. And what we have found is a cheaper solution to connect these mini-grids. And we hope to see this also across the country.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm done in case of any questions. My colleagues, John and Susan will support me to answer any questions which might come up.
All right, let's clap for him. Mr. Kakois has done remarkably great. Any questions for him? By show of hands. Did the video convince you enough? The last video? Show of hands, any questions? Okay, let's clap for Kakoza. He actually did well. I really want to thank a couple of people in a special way for taking this conversation out of this place. Allow me to thank Michael Woira. Thank you so much for tweeting. We have a Twitter handle called UG Support. Let's clap for them. These guys have taken this conversation out of this place. The government citizen, the citizen internal handle. Thank you so much. I can't fail to appreciate James Kashogorozi. Thank you so much. The Creek Makerele, thank you so much. Sajias Katshabe, Joel Bryan, and a couple of you. Thank you so much for that. So we're going to go for a lunch break. It's going to be for 1 hour. Thereafter, we shall return where we'll have a panel, and after the panel, we'll have the breakout sessions. And the breakout sessions are going to be designed as such. One will be about services. That will be led by the Tukole team, Alan Okello. And the other one will be led by the Innovex. That will be about the project monitoring. Then Uptech will handle the agriculture. So if you're into agric business or agric innovations, Uptech will be in that group session. Then when it gets to system designs, PYE plan will handle that. So as you're going for lunch, think about what kind of group session you'd like to join. And we share ideas, we say how best we can fine-tune some of them, and we run the rest. So for now, it is 1:18. We can break for lunch. We're expected to return at 2:18. Good afternoon. And oh, while we are having lunch, please don't be on your phones. Let's interact again. Cindy, let's get off our phones, and while you're having lunch, let's be interactive as we're sharing ideas. See you at 2:18. We're going to have lunch. You just go out there. You're just going to go out, and then on the sidelines we'll see where the lunch area will be designed for us. So we shall be going, we will have lunch around the area here, but you go like that, and then you'll meet the team that will guide you where we are having a lunch from. Thank you. The fourth estate, I think while we go for lunch, you can have your interviews. We're going to open up the windows that you can have a good background. You can have interviews here that the bag, oh, actually there. That space will be better for us, that we can have our interviews before you go. Mary Susan Abo, you're going to have an interview. I'm sure Professor John, you're equally going to have an interview in the fourth estate while we are going for lunch. The rest of us, we can go have lunch. Thank you. To all of you who are sensitive about gender inclusion, I did not constitute this panel. I tried my best. I see Atham Singuzi and the others who are very passionate about gender inclusiveness. I did not in any way constitute this panel, but my support structure gave it to me. So I will expect the ladies on the other side to actually participate more. If you have something to supplement to what they're going to say, you'll be in position to do such. Moses Kakoza, Mr. Moses Kakoza, can we get anyone from Creek to replace Mr. Kakoza? Possibly he had stepped up. Anyone from Creek? A lady preferably? You want to recommend a lady? Okay.
What of Daphne from Creek?
Daphne? Where is Daphne? Creek had sent us someone?
Someone is coming.
Okay. Okay, friends, we're going to have a panel discussion. Let me confirm that all those microphones work. Kindly just check them. Good afternoon, Mr. Okello.
Good afternoon.
Hey, that one works. Good afternoon, Mr. Kamoga.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowe. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Perfect. Those, the idea is to make sure that the ones following us online, they don't miss out a thing or two, just to make sure that the conversation goes on. I'm going to start off with Mr. Bowe. When we look at the opportunities of renewable energy and the digitizing of the renewable energy, engaging it from the mindset perspective, where are we falling short as an industry, we the practitioners, vis-a-vis the audience or the market consumers, mindset-wise? Someone in charge of the mics, please. Can we just raise a little bit of the voice? Is it an effect of lunch or what? All right, cool. Okay, can we have this mic fixed so that they can use this mic for purposes of clarity? We need batteries in here. The tech team, someone pick this mic and we can fix it. But in the meantime, you can be submitting. No, there is a lady coming in the middle, comrades. We need the gender balance. They promised us a woman from Creek. We're waiting for the lady. If you put her and the picture goes online, you're going to have a challenge. You people, you don't know online wars. I live there. Boy, you can be submitting using that mic.
Okay. Oh, now
better.
It's much better.
Huh?
Okay. So with digitization, the main challenges is first of all knowledge. People need knowledge about these digital tools. So from experience, we notice that even the solar companies we deal with, not all of them do remote monitoring for all their systems. Now, the solar companies know about the tools, but the end users do not. So when they are buying a system, they do not use these tools, and that way they don't even get the benefits. Yeah. So by ensuring that we put ourselves out there, not just Innovex, but all other providers of remote monitoring, provide some sort of CRM for tracking how somebody is using their solar installation by mass. It will help to reduce that gap, and that means people will be able to use these tools more and improve their work. Then also, there's also an issue of cost. Sometimes when people get their solar systems and you tell them to add a small cost, to buy a remote monitoring unit, you are trying to help them. Are you interested in maybe knowing how your panels are performing, your batteries are performing? Most of them still say no. Yeah. So, but this is not because they want them, but because of cost. If they are buying a system of, let's say, 1 million, this is, let's say, a 1 kilowatt system. If you ask them to add half that price to monitor their system, they might be reluctant. Of course, this is not, this case doesn't apply when somebody has a huge system, like a mini grid, but it's a huge case for small systems, And we have to remember that most of the installations in Uganda are small systems, so that becomes a challenge.
Okay, coming to you, Mr. Kamoga. In what ways can digital technologies be used to improve efficiency and the effectiveness of renewable energy in our country?
Thank you very much. We personally, I serve the underserved communities. And those
By underserved, you mean?
People that do not get enough service, but they need it. Talk about small-scale farmers in the village. These are the people that actually mostly need, who are off the grid. Exactly. Yeah. They are off the grid. They are not able to access what you would call a basic need in terms of energy. So I think it's a collective effort for both the companies, the individual companies, and different government entities or agencies, coupled with development agencies, to spread the gospel.
And you sound still banking on the government and development agencies and partners, which is a good thing. But to the companies and the innovative hubs, how do we accelerate effectiveness and the renewable energy sector?
So now, back to the companies, trying to design business that people can afford to take up these solutions. When you talk about the pay and pump, it's a very expensive system, but we design business models around it for affordability. We have people living on $1 a day, being able to afford a system that costs over $2,000 US. So yeah, designing business models around expensive systems, but also building capacity by training these people on how to use these systems. Because at the end of the day, there are those small faults that you don't really need to send a technician to go on, because of cost. But if you have someone trained on ground, they can easily fix it and also help you send out more information about your system to other people.
Thank you so much. Coming to Alan here, looking at collaboration and partnerships between industry, government, and academia in the digitization of renewable energy projects to be fostered to drive innovation and research. How do we arrive at that moment? Let's clap for someone from Craig. They have sent us someone. Thank you so much. Ladies, when it's time for questions, you know what to do. Alan? We need to balance the conversation. Senor? Hi, Alan.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, that's sort of a big topic. That nexus of business, academia, and making sure that we actually use that to drive the agenda of renewable energy. So I'll unpack it in two ways. So number one, I think a lot of businesses in the renewable energy sector do not track enough of their impact data because, well, it's an awareness thing, but more of a knowledge gap, I would say, because surprisingly, there's actually a lot of impact along the value chain that they're not tracking. and just getting them to sort of, and I won't even say it's an issue of digitization, but more an issue of record keeping, right? And you'll find that even within USEA, a lot of the businesses are just there to make money, right? And they're just there to survive. And just giving them one or two technical trainings to make sure they know what sort of information they should be tracking to professionalize their business, and small things like how many panels did you sell this year? Having an Excel to record that. That's a direct sort of one-to-one ratio of how many people you've actually impacted, right? But that information alone is good enough for academia to come and benchmark off of and actually get a realistic idea of what the sort of impact the sector is doing. And that's a huge gap for government, academia, and the sector as a whole. I think we've only managed to try do that once, or twice, actually twice with USEA, to do some sort of data collection exercise. But it should come not as a data collection exercise, but as a business professionalization exercise. Then the second part of it is, for academia, I think we need to start building business models that do create a lot more educational content, or even create knowledge for the sector. There's a lot of rich talent in the last mile of best practices on how to keep renewable energy to spread quickly, but because we're not monitoring it, we're not recording it, then it's lost knowledge. Once someone, for example, imagine if Patrick here resigns and becomes a farmer. All the information and knowledge he knows about Uganda.
That is an example, right?
That's an example. Is lost. And so that sort of institutional knowledge is never passed on, especially for very young sectors like the renewable energy sector. Whereas other sort of mainstream sectors like the vehicle industry, manufacturing, these are now sort of, benchmarks, like best practices on how to make a car. This is set in stone. We can do a little innovation around it, but we haven't reached that stage as a sector as well. And so I think it's just sort of generating the data you need to know to audit your business, to understand where you're going and make decisions will directly lead to that. And I think we haven't reached there yet.
Okay, Patrick, if I can pick your thought from what Alan is saying, do you at times feel as renewable energy sector you're misunderstood by the government? Do you at times, with all these innovations you're doing, and the president believes a lot in scientists, but when it gets to your innovation, the issues of APSI, he does not even understand soccer. You see, they don't understand so much in soccer. Do you at times feel like orphans when it gets to the government agenda in terms of political will to accelerate this conversation?
Thank you. I would say that the political will is there. However, we, the players or the sector players, need to show government that they are very, very committed and they are willing. We have to start the change ourselves, and then government will come to support the change. So I believe the will is there. That's why there are quite a number of government programs, except that the awareness about some of the opportunities are not getting to the people who need the opportunity. So I would say you might have the meat, but you don't have the teeth to bite the meat. That is what is happening. A lot of the message is there, but it's not getting to the people who should be getting the message. So it looks like there is very little to no effort being put by government. That's what I see.
The guys with the meat will clap. And let me just get a little bit deeper with you, Patrick. When you say you need to change, what do you need to change as a sector so that government can, get your attention? What do you need to change?
There are quite a number of things that we need to change. Number one, our areas of focus as the sector players, what are we focusing on is very important. Does it address the current problems, and does it address the future problems, or we are doing the old same thing that there's this thing, let's try it and see if it works. So we need to look at solutions that address the current problems and the future problems. That way we'll be giving government a helping hand in addressing some of the economic challenges we are facing.
Okay. Alan, you wanted to jump in there?
Yeah, I wanted to supplement on that.
Political will.
The political will. The political will is there, and I don't know how technical we should get with this, but I spent my first 2 years in the sector in his role actually as Deputy General Secretary of the association. So I did a lot of policy work. And so forgive me if I get too into that.
It's okay.
But the policy environment is very enabling for Uganda especially. The policy laws in East Africa are also very enabling for especially renewable energy. Where we find a struggle is in the interpretation of the laws. Yeah? And the government will is there for sure. They have a priority for energy, a priority for agriculture, which is fantastic. And where we need to now come in as private sector to help them is to actually translate what that really means. You'll see it evidenced in there. For example, there's a renewable energy strategy and plan, right? There's Vision 2040, right? But within that renewable energy strategy and plan, there's a huge budget put on grid, hydro electrification, grid intensification and grid expansion, right? But it's evident to at least the technocrats in the sector that the grid alone will take years to get to the last man. So there has to be an energy mix, which the government also acknowledges, but the extent to which the plan on renewable energy integration into that is not as in-depth as the grid side of the plan. And so that's where we need to come in as a sector and lobby a bit more to give them the information that's missing, which is how many panels as a sector are we actually putting into the market? How many stakeholders are actually involved in the value chain? How many youth are being employed? Because you'll see that government priorities are clear and they want to make revenue, for example. This is the second example. And so they'll see taxes on solar is a very low-hanging fruit for them, so they'll try and increase their tax base by increasing ways for them to earn taxes on additional inputs other than the panels, like the cables and stuff. But what they're missing is the bigger picture, which is if we support the sector to sort of 10x what it's doing, because Umeme is adding 300,000 new connections a year. Solar is doubling that, or 3 times that a year. So what happens on the job side for employing youth? What happens on the other side for increasing earning potential? Because we are hiring, at least every company in Lusea is hiring local teams to do the work, local staff, so the end result, or the last mile, if companies are able to actually reach all the customers in the last mile, they actually stand to make a lot more tax in profits, right, than they're earning from taxing us at the point of import. So, and that's what is missing, and we need to provide information to help them see that and to help them adjust the finer details of the policy and how they actually treat the tax policy so that we can actually, improve. And they've been able to do that in other sectors, so why not solar as well?
Wow, that is deep. Let's clap for him. But in case you work for URA or with URA, that was an example. It was just an example, but please don't tax the solar for now. Let's still be sailing. If I come to you, Bowe Benja, there is a lot of agitation about information dissemination. We want to know what could be the possible strategies of disseminating information and raising awareness about renewable energy products that a Ugandan in Mitoma, in Abim, in Kabong can understand renewable energy beyond solar and biogas?
Yes, so the best way to do this is always through trainings. We've realized that even though people do not use remote monitoring for those small systems, they do have solar systems, okay? And they use technicians to do this. So as Innovex, we currently do trainings, technician trainings. So all those people who do solar installations, we partner with them, we train them on how remote works, we teach them more about renewable energy, so that when they go to make their installations, this information can always be passed on. So the first step is always you reach out to the people who will reach the last person. Okay? So then the other case would be, of course, more awareness. I've realized that even here, not everybody knows about Innovex. Yet we've been at work for over 6 years.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, true. So that awareness can always start through marketing. Of course, the government can help put us on the map by making policies that support us. Can always be appearing on television, like right now. It provides awareness, and then people get to know actually what renewable energy is all about.
When you speak of that, when you people are speaking in the renewable energy, the language, the choice of words, does it in a way hamper awareness in a way? Because even when Juma was presenting from Tanzania, she was speaking of DC, MV, MD. And that's when it hit me that even when you come in public forums, you're still speaking to your cohort. And the rest of us are in, you're like, okay, this is brilliant, right? Do you think your delivery models and the vehicles and choice of words at times hinder the communication?
I think that's actually true. Yeah. So
how do we fix that?
Yeah. So we still have to bring it in terms of the terms that the young person will understand. So at the end of the day, they are getting energy. Okay. It can be through solar, it can be through biogas, it can be through wind. By the end of the day, you are telling them that you will be able to power your radio, you'll be able to cook, you'll be able to do all this without paying anything. Okay, this is sustainable energy. So yeah, we do use those hash terms mainly because I'm in the monitoring industry, whereby we do need to mention that. Because at the end of the day, to give an example of, let's say, carbon credits, a lot of people want to find out the price, the exact figures of how much they are going to gain from this. So there you have to get technical, they have to multiply how much energy they are getting, and then finally understand. But if you are talking about the end person, who is doing the solar company, yeah, that is always, you just tell them what they will gain from that energy. It's basically free energy. We emphasize that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Huawei. In a way, is protected the sector on that. But I will still emphasize that, friends, even if you're ever invited on any media, imagine you're explaining to a P7 dropout, a senior 4 graduate, a senior 6 graduate, and a local man in the village who understands words like actually, really. It would be easier to convince them that way. Let me come to you, Mr. Kamoga. How do we leverage on the digital platforms to scale up the renewable energy conversations? Some of these innovations we're good at, doing them, explaining to them, but you guys don't know how to market these things. I was all here like, they have been here for how long? All this data. How do we leverage on the digital tools currently at play to scale up these conversations?
Thank you very much. Now, like
like Mr. Bowe said when he was starting, when we were just kicked off, you know, it's very hard to sell a digital tool to someone who does not see value. So what happens is we have to create value before you create the digital tool. For instance, I can have a system that does not have a Navix, but I cannot collect. I cannot know how much power is generated from the system, and I can also not get carbon credit. I cannot know how much. So this is a conversation I've always been having with people, that you do not just need to use a system the way it is, but you also need to monitor its performance. That way you could clearly understand how the system works. We have very many systems that people are just using them, but they do not know how much power is generated. Like people talk about kilowatts, megawatts. I can move around here and ask someone how many kilowatts are in a megawatt, and they don't know, they have no idea.
You'll ask them, not me.
Well, Andrew, how many...
Comrade, why the violence?
So these digital tools, we can market them through such ways, like carbon credit. Yeah. What value does it create to you if you have one? Yeah, now like there are companies here that did not know about carbon credit. And like Benjamin said, people didn't know about Innovex, but they had an idea of maybe Angaza, payments integration, something like that. But they didn't know that you could actually use this tool to earn something from it. Yeah.
Wow, that is amazing. Let's talk about collaboration. I've spent quite a lot of time in the renewable energy, and this is what I see. Patrick, you guys are working in silos. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? We are having honest and comfortable conversations, so you can choose to keep quiet, but I'll tell it to you how it is. We are working in silos in the renewable energy. I want to be very honest. Look in that camera, the world is watching you, Patrick. How can we collaborate among renewable energy businesses to drive the innovation and the growth of the sector, where Tukole does not work alone, where Tangaza does not work alone, where Sangha does not work alone, but we have a collaboration that amplifies this sector. And if we're going to do that, what is failing us?
Thank you. It is true that in the renewable energy sector, there are lots of bubbles, and in every bubble something is going on. And if we are to address that if we are to burst the bubble so that we have the many bubbles, if we are to burst them so that we have just one big bubble, each bubble needs to learn to see the value addition or the value it can add to the other business. A lot of the time, people are hesitant to share information simply because maybe they are not going to get value for the information shared. So there has to be that intentional move to create value for the other person's idea so that it is a win-win situation for all. Once it is win-win, then people are going to open up and a lot of ideas are going to be generated, and henceforth solutions created, employment created, revenue earned by people and also by the government.
Let's clap for that, comrades. That gives me a sigh of relief that someone has said we have very many bubbles, we need to poke every bubble. Every poke comes with a value addition, and then you'll be in position to make sense. Alan, what are some of the benefits of that kind of collaboration to small and medium enterprises in the renewable energy sector?
Why do I get the hard questions? I'm kidding. All right, so yeah, that type of collaboration for the sector, I personally, I think would catapult this sector much further than it is. I mean, we're the world's third largest energy sector, behind, I think, India and Southeast Asia, I believe. At least attracting investment-wise. But you don't see it every day, right, in the market. But what collaboration would actually mean is that we actually have more sustainable jobs for the sector. I mean, the technicians, the sales staff, so better quality jobs for the sector. We've heard this revolution of green jobs, like very highly skilled, very highly talented technical teams who are doing very highly skilled installations and like on a much larger scale. Because I think a majority of our sector is doing plug-and-play systems, but the opportunity is much larger than that. I mean, we're talking about mega installations for solar, for biogas, for wind. We have the technical skill set for that, but we're not honed in to harmonize, for example, our training interventions, to harmonize our opportunities for additional learning and additional skilling. But the biggest impact will actually come from pushing out, there's this whole wave of conversations that still happens today in the last mile and within cities about the issue of poor quality solar, right? And if we're actually more collaborative than we are now, that would not be an issue. Solar would not even be questioned. The technology works, but the issue is that we have these leakages of poor quality products that come in and reach the market. While we are here following rules, paying taxes, the market is being distorted, and no one is able to stand up and say, hey, you stop importing that. But if we were working closer together, it would be easier to find out, hey, this person is actually the one that's doing the wrong thing, and to stand up for the sector. And so I think those two things are the main sort of wins we could get by collaborating more.
Okay. Kamoga, let's talk about governance and management of collaboration of those initiatives. What could be the best practices in terms of governance and management of these collaborations, that it does not break us, and at the same time we're in position to sail through the old ones, to allow the young, innovative, talents to stay afloat, give them the luxury to flourish, but at the same time, everyone having a space to play.
So Uganda Solar Energy Association happens to be part of an umbrella body that takes on all associations that do renewable energy in REA. And recently they've had meetings, I think just last week, with the URA and UNBS. And we are trying to build policies around quality management, quality control, to reduce on what Alan has just talked about, leakages in terms of poor quality products, but also in terms of taxes. USEA has worked on that before. I think it was still around 2018, to try and subsidize taxes on solar items, solar components. But also, collaboratively, we need to work under different associations. So these individual companies need to be introduced to working together in an association and not seeing each other as a competitor. Because it is through that people now start importing. Exactly. I was about to say Chinese. So quack products, fake products, instead of importing.
You see the way Alan strayed away from you, that does not capture his person.
No.
But I hear you.
Yeah. So people need to subscribe to these associations. That's to capture quality.
I hear you on that, but why are they scared to join associations? Someone alluded to the fact that it's just competitive. You creatives are very egocentric. You feel you're the biggest brain, you feel Taina Changamba, I mean, we are all good, which is what Patrick alluded to earlier, the value addition. But there should be another issue that is possibly scaring people to come as one class, as a block. What could that be?
I think, like I said, okay.
Alan, don't scare him. Let him speak.
You know, let's take this as an ocean. In the ocean, there's a big fish and then there's a small fish. So what I've seen happening is that some associations are failing to different.
Yeah, surely. Just to supplement on what you were saying, maybe to elaborate for my understanding why there are few people joining these associations. So I think number one, the awareness about some of these associations has not reached certain areas, and so you find most of the associations, organizations are Kampala based. And then when you go up country, you do a survey to find out if they even know this thing exists. Unlike Andrew Chamagero, people know him, TV is everywhere. But when you ask about Innovex, or like you said, they will tell you, I don't know this one, simply because it's mostly maybe most of their offices in Kampala, not up country. And then the other second point is that, like he was saying, the big fish and the small fish. Now, you find most of these associations are being managed or being coordinated by people who have, let's say, let me take example, solar, or even biogas, whatever you can attach it to. You find the people in management of the biogas association have companies that are also running biogas. So that brings a bit of mistrust. Somebody will be like, how can I be the manager and my business is closing or is not getting deals? I'll first feed mine and then the small one will get. So that is also partly scaring some
Comrades,
people.
let's clap for Patrick. He's a real honest Ugandan. That is the cancer. Sindio, we are having these honest and comfortable conversations at the African Clean Energy Research Alliance workshop. I love the honesty here. I love it. We're going deep. Mr. Bowen, how can the real best content be tailored to the different target audiences if we are to increase impact?
Thank you. So, first of all, we have to know who our target is. So, we are trying to see, we're working with farmers in remote areas. We are working with schools. We're working with hospitals. We're working with, factories who also do those high power plants. So, for each of these audiences, we'll have to tailor something special for each of them. Now, if we deal with farmers, people in the remote areas, of course the best solution for that is we work with the people who normally reach out to them. In our case, it's usually the technicians, so we normally reach out to those. Then for for schools, we go through students, organize trainings about remote monitoring and using digital tools, but we make it as a course or short training. I use it as an example, like for vocational institutes, it can just come during internship, 3 days, and you hold a simple conference and you tell them about remote monitoring, renewable energy, the advantages, all they stand to gain from that, so that when they finally go out there, they can be able to pass on that knowledge. Then if you are looking at factories, for them, they are usually moved by how are they going to gain from this, okay? When we are looking at factories using solar, they were trying to offset women payments. Of course, those are really huge if you do not have any sort of additional source of energy. Their bills will become really lengthy. There are a lot of figures. So you emphasize what they'll be able to gain from using digital tools and maybe renewable energy. So for them, normally you just send your salesperson or anybody in support and point out the advantages. Because the only reason why a power plant like that would not have a side renewable energy source of energy which is renewable is if they do not know about it. But most of them actually do.
Yeah. Home and school, right there is a youth who is not at the university. There is a youth who is possibly a dropout. We don't want to leave anyone behind according to the SDGs, and that's why we subscribe. How are we sending the content to them?
So for that it may be a bit tricky, but it's possible. So by using solar companies which set up projects which benefit the entire community, we can try to set up a sort of training for them. Best example would be a cold room. I mentioned it. So
a cold room, you mean?
So a cold room is one, you can use it in a market and you store your produce there. So that instead of going bad in 1 week, it could take longer because it's now in a fridge kind of cold situation. Yeah, so it's basically a fridge, but bigger. So you can use it in a market and you can be working with like 1,000 people. Yeah. If it is a village and it has a cold room, that means 1,000 people are going to that cold room every day, maybe to get produce. You could use that chance. You put out posters or something like to begin sensitizing them slowly. Basically, you have a point for people to gather, but it's related to renewable energy or is using digital tools. For example, if a farmer was using that cold room, they would have to pay somehow. So already they are using the tools. They're using mobile money to pay for that storage, and already knowledge is being disseminated.
So how do I pay for something I don't know what it does? I'm a typical farmer. You guys, you came, you built something here, but I don't understand what it is. So what you're saying, the agencies and the solar companies or renewable energy companies, they come in an area, they make an assessment, there is a need of a cold room here. They construct a cold room. They start now to tell the farmers about a cold room. Did these people really need a cold room or they needed available marketing time?
Okay, so that would be another problem. But if we're trying to find out why they are using the cold room, that would be different. Maybe the brokers are not giving them good prices, so they cannot sell them early enough. Maybe the seasons are bad, so the little produce they have, they are trying to hold it, maybe to get better prices later. That is a whole other scenario of why they are now using the cold room. Now, what if you told them that, hey, you can actually use your own cold room by adopting renewable energy? What if I told them that within 1 year you have got back your money, just get solar panels and this is how you could create a cold room? Now, they wouldn't know that if there isn't one already in the community. So maybe by using the current cold room,
an entry point.
Yeah, they begin thinking that maybe we can create ours. So it begins from there. They have an idea and they're like, maybe this costs are not good enough for us. Let's make ours.
Patrick, you want to jump in here? Please. Now I'm thinking as a real farmer here, because I need to make sense of this data.
All right. Thank you. Just a supplement to that. Basically, if I got you right, you were asking how do these people deep down there get to understand, know about this renewable energy technology, right?
Uneducated people.
Yes, the uneducated one. So I'm going to give you the approach that Creek has been using. In the past, we started by setting up solar energy kiosks, which now we are calling them the energy kiosks in the remote areas where there are no grids or no electricity. Now in those energy kiosks, people are able to come and inquire, get to learn more about the different renewable energy technologies, what they can do, what they cannot do, and all this. So with this, we are creating that awareness for even the person at a lower level who did not go to school. And within the community, we also set up what we call the school club models, where the Renewable Energy School Club, and in those school clubs, these children who go to school commute from home to school, and some of their parents are not educated. So they are going to learn about this renewable at school, and then when they go back home, they will tell their parents the story of renewable, and by telling their parents the story of renewable, the many times they tell them, the more they will pick interest in getting to know what is this exactly. So that way the message is being spread. And also recently, Creek and Makerere collaborated to set up what we call the Living Lab, somewhere there in Luero Champisi, where they are showcasing the different renewable energy technologies, solar, biogas, and what they can do, the value additions that are attached to them, what they can use the energy from biogas for, briquettes and all those. So in that way, the community are able to get the information on what the renewable energy is and what it can do and what it cannot do.
Oh, thank you so much. Let's clap for them. They've really done great. Kamoga, this is going to be my very last question to you before we go to the questions from the plenary there. What are some of the best practices for measuring and evaluating impact can we put to use to make sure that we have impacted? You know, when Umeme is giving their report every year of the energy, when REA is giving their report, when it gets renewable energy, what kind of practices and tools do we have at this point?
Thank you very much. Now, I'll still refer you back to what Alan said, that we conduct different workshops to do data collections. And from this data that we collect, it shows impacts and how far you've spread in terms of renewable energy. That's one way you can do that, collect impacts. And then we've seen some companies do success stories ourselves. I showed Kester video here, one of the success stories. Plus also, when you look at the percentage of on-grid versus off-grid, can also give you a picture of how much renewable energy is spread. Plus also, I could add what Alan said, that for every maybe 300 installations that Umeme does, solar doubles or triples that every single year. And then in terms of impact, there's something that is catching up called the PUE. PUE is something that I think we discussed it in the...
No, speak English.
Okay.
That is technical for me.
Productive use of energy. You know, when you're measuring impact, you do not really measure how much installations you've done that will give you correct impact, but also what is Katombole down in the village using solar. How is he benefiting from solar? Is he charging people to get money? What is he using it for? So, yeah, I mean,
that way
you can measure impact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alan, this is the last one for you. How has the media failed the renewable energy sector? I come from the Fourth Estate and all journalists here, we need to take the lashing, if there is any, for purposes of the mic will work. How have we failed you as the media, and how best can we bridge these conversations? The media is sabotaging now.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I
the question is right.
The question is right. Blunt as it is, bring it on, Alan. Don't get scared about anything.
Let's be political about this. So I think it's two ways. I think it's a general issue. I think for renewable energy as a whole. I'll give you an example. It's just, I think maybe 2-3 years ago is when renewable energy, when, for example, lights, solar lights, got their own code when you import them. They used to be classified under chandeliers, right? So I don't blame the media for not taking that much interest to understand fully the renewable energy sector. It is also fairly new, but also we don't expense that much in terms of investing in media, right? As opposed to the traditional energy and other industries, right? So I don't blame you for not running to us to share our story. So that's why I said the question might not be right. But also when we do come to you to advertise, I think we need to be a bit more creative with the way that we unpack exactly what we're trying to do as businesses to the communities. And another example for that is, who can tell me the local language, Luganda word for a charge controller, right? So that's also not a failure for media, but the sector as a whole, to not sort of, simplify it enough, as we said, for everyone. And so, but what the media could do better to support the sector is to tell the stories, because I know that you guys do follow a lot of the drama, the sensationalism of what is sort of the hot topic today, but there is a lot of good work being done by the sector.
All right, let's clap for that comment.
And I think those stories need to be told, right? And the easy way to do it, and the thing that the media might want to start doing, is start showing so much bad news, but really show the development side of things. Yes, things are bad in terms of we're not, as a nation, really putting a lot of, we're not investing as compared to other sort of countries or societies in energy. But what we are doing, what are we doing? Tell an unbiased story, show what is actually being done, and what has been done in the past just few years is significant enough. And it needs to be told as bluntly as it is.
Oh, let's clap for Alan. I love it, and I will take it to the Fourth Estate. At least I subscribe to the WUJA, an organization that brings all of the journalists. From the Fourth Estate, I think the renewable energy sector needs to be deliberate in training journalists on how to cover renewable energy. Because how at times it's covered, it's just solar and biogas. They don't understand the wind. They don't understand the innovations. When we have the renewable energy conference, the REC, the conversations are at times boring for them because the language is, people make presentations and say, how do I put this on TV? Like, it doesn't make sense. Then, this is a thought as a practitioner of media: never underestimate any media. Please, never underestimate any media. If it's a small radio station as Link FM in Diantonde and they call you, go and tell them. If you're called on Green Channel, how many of you listen to Green Channel here? How many of you? I have only one person who listens to Green Channel. Are you aware that 64% of our country people listen to Green Channel? Who has listened to a shortwave frequency since the year started? Or last year? Shortwave. All of us will listen to FM. Sindio? FMs are in urban centers and peri-urban. People deep in Mitoma, in Chivale, they listen to shortwave. They don't know FM. To be honest, at times you go to villages, they don't know Chiamagyo. They don't know, but they know DJ Kamperempe. You've heard of that guy? They know DJ Kamperempe because it's in shortwave. So while you're designing your media strategies and all, please and please work with government. It's only government with shortwave. It's not us. FMs are expensive because they're peri-urban, they're in urban centers. But if you really want the last mile, someone deep in Luwuka, in Ivunamba, deep there, they're in shortwave. You won't find them in FM. Actually, when they go to FM, they see, this is weird. They don't understand it. And how best are you going to impact them in shortwave? I'll share with you some of these tips. Please make drama about renewable energy. While you're in Kampala and you're following a soap opera on TV, to them, the soap operas are on radio. And every night at 8 p.m., they're like, they're waiting. Drama is what communicates to them. And it's not by accident that at times when you go to those rural centers and you go with your flash mobs, they're not excited. They can't connect. So, work with the biggest partner of shortwaves, and that is government. That means give government business, make it your closest ally in dissemination of content. That will be much easier. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for my panelists. As now we're going into the plenary. So those are my 2 cents. If you're an investor and you want to invest in media, don't invest in FM. Invest in shortwave. Government won't even disturb you to give you a license, and then you can curate the content that goes to the last mile. Time to hear from the public. Please, if you have a question, just raise your hand, and my team is going to bring a mic there. Someone in the back there, we had another mic there? There was another microphone? Let's move it around. There is a hand there. Okay, the mic is not working? Okay, let's use this. Say your name and your question, and to whom?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Zek. Mine might not be actually a question, but I want to say that the more we talk about the challenges, the more we come up with possible solutions. So when you look at renewable energy, the moderator has already alluded to it, you know, these technologies are so complex. We need to simplify the language we use when we are disseminating such information to the last person. And also something I wanted to talk about. You all said that you're not seen when you go. You're not actually known when it comes to the remote areas. But I want to challenge you. I think it is high time we stop concentrating mostly in urban areas. The reason why you're not known because you always concentrate here and leave alone the village areas. And yet those village people need these services because they are off-grid. So let's increase the outreach and go out to more to the villages. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. My name is Derek from Creek. I'm going to respond to 2 questions you highlighted to the panelists. And one of them was actually the uptake of renewable energy. I think one of the issues we have to raise here is some responses are based on opinions and not facts. And that's why you create a bit of more questions. Uptake of renewable energy, we could think about maybe the top-bottom approach. This involves the education and sensitizing of the authorities and leaders about the technologies. I think not until there is that knowledge which is coming from the top, it can be evaluated in all programs. I'll give an example that if there is a project or a program which is based on the development partners. All programs that will come to Africa will always entail that key. If it is about training of technicians in solar, you'll find like almost that year, like solar technicians are being told like that program is really entailed into the government sector. Then there is the promotion of the technology with the fear-benefit approach. A fear-benefit approach, I think I'll use a weird example. We all know lifeguard condoms. When they're making an advert, they say, if you don't use it, you will die. If you use it, you are going to live for longer. So, like, you are creating some fear, but again, you're creating a benefit. If probably we could also give it to that benefit, like, how do we put in, like, if you use this, your crops are going to decay, things are going to die, then the benefits will come into. Then the political will to the government, I think this was directed to Patrick. I think the challenge has been mostly to, the solution will be the energy sector governance. The electricity sector has really done that. We have the UEDCL, we have the ERA, like there is already a chronological section, but in solar and maybe biomass, we still have kind of scattered sectors which have not yet come together.
Thank you so much. Because of time, let me have one more here. It's coming to 4 p.m.
Thank you. I think I'm just contributing to the aspect of strategy of how renewable energy can reach also to the last person. And you mentioned some, what would be the communication between school and home. Our young generation are not being incorporated into the future. Meaning, you only realize with the recent, I think, curriculum which is now introducing the hands-on experiment, where after every physics lesson, there is a kind of practical. And there's a company called Fundibot, which is actually coming up like also to support that kind of curriculum, practical hands-on, and you find, for example, these pupils of I think Daniel Komponi in Guru, they are able to make their sensors and then they come up with short videos and even their peers are learning. So it becomes more of competition. So it means even we the technocrats in the different offices that are handling, say, education sector, we must have that in our mindset. Secondly, I think someone mentioned about most of the companies are within Kampala. It is true because of the economics. But few have translated their product into local languages. Even we who work either at the universities and the knowledge, for example, if you talk about climate change, it just remains with the professor or with the doctors in the different offices of the university. But the person in the village is not, that climate change conversation is not translated in a way that they understand. They know, but there is a gap in that translation of the action. What should one do, either to mitigate or to be part of the conversation is what I'm saying. Translation of these technologies into local languages. I worked in China, and most people don't speak English, but they understand, they make these products we are using. So someone in the village should not be unable to make something, or should not be unable to repair solar because it doesn't know English. No, we should teach them in their local language to repair the solar or to repair the language. I mean, for example, there are very good technicians in the villages. They don't speak English, but they can repair radios very well, TVs very well. That's the kind of strategy also we need to spread the skills to the last person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for him. Let's listen.
My name is Tracy. I work with Chloride.
Tracy, kindly stand up for purposes of archive. We are live on the other side. Thank you.
Mine is just an emphasis. I thank all the panelists, but I emphasize on trainings. I have already met them. Like, all of them are my friends, but sometimes you find that I don't know what they are doing. Yeah, they are in renewable energy. I don't know what paying pump is. I don't know what monitoring is. I have not seen how they look like. And in the same sector, we are friends. So I think it all starts with us. Let's unite and grow this sector together, because divided we fall and united we stand. We all have, I see all of us look good and very steady. Our heads are focused. Now imagine if all of us knew what was going on. Like what you're saying, we have those terms we are not understanding. Not all of us are engineers, but we are in the same sector. So I request all of you, my friends, Alan, Paul, Patrick, Benjamin, let's unite. In case there's a training like this, call me. Maybe when I'm not aware, tell me that this is happening on this day. Then I tell you, I won't manage, I am busy doing this. But I just bumped into it, and they are my witnesses. I had to call and send them messages. Am I allowed to attend?
If they are your friends.
Yeah. Please, let's unite. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that will be the very last one, and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you.
Hi.
My name is Tembo Johnson. I'm a journalist. I run an online portal called The Insider, and I also come from the media training sector. So I do media training at Tunkat School of Journalism. I'm coming in the side of the last segment that was given by Andrew on how the media has failed. But I think the question should have been, has the media failed? My biggest concern is on the people into renewable energy who think that the only time you need to engage the media is through advertising. The media is supposed to be utilized from actually the time you're starting. When you're formulating panels and team that you're going to work with, for example, these are about 5 companies in front of us. You people, do you have media personnel on your teams? Because in the media, we have what we call nose for news, being incapacity to detect something that is newsworthy, that can be easily consumed by the public, because we don't know what is newsworthy. Otherwise, I see these companies are having a lot of content that can easily be repackaged to the public for them to consume very well, but they are waiting to get a donation, then run a campaign, then sponsor. Yet, if you got communications personnel who can repackage this message, probably give some tips, break it down to these people to get it in different languages. The issue of creating talkability about renewable energy and diversification of the economy would just become something easy to handle. I beg you people utilize the media, get the journalists closer to you so that they can help you package the content and tell the public what you're working on. Thank you so much.
Let me have my microphone back. Because of time, it's 2 minutes past 4 p.m. And
friends, let's clap for the panelists again. You won't be given another chance to retaliate, especially to the ladies. Let us be very honest, friends. How do you come? And someone just asks you, should I come? I think the training starts with us. We need to open up. I see where you come from. You're creatives. You just don't know how to tell people things. You know how it works. You just don't know how to explain that That's not your expertise. Let's make allies. One thing Alan didn't speak about media is that we are expensive. We are very, very expensive. That's true. So how do you beat the budget? Make us your allies. If I'm your ally, it's easy to get you in the newsroom in and out, in and out, in and out. So let's cultivate that relationship. That will be easier. But every person in here, whether you're in the renewable energy, deep core, or on the surface, before you leave, at least make relationships with people. Let's understand the industry more. Let's share data more. Let's share portals more that have data and information that can equip us. That said, it's already 4 p.m. Ideally, right now, we should be having an exhibition. But we're going to go to the breakout sessions. Coffee is ready. We're going to have the breakout sessions. We're going to sit in different clusters. The first cluster is going to be moderated by Alan Okello for Tokole. Alan, what will you wave to the people? Hey, local language, see? Benjamin, so Alan is going to be handling services. How best do we bring out these innovations of renewable energy from the prototype to the testing, and they can now offer services. So Alan is going to be handling that. So anyone who wants to understand the services, you'll be with Alan's group. Then Benjamin is going to be handling project monitoring. Most of you here have projects, but how do you monitor the impact, the progress, and all that? Benjamin, please wave to them. Benjamin is going to be in that group. And we're going to have Paul Kamoga, anyone in agri-tech, agri-innovation. Paul is going to be handling that. We understand his strength is so much in solar, but we want to see how deep it goes when it gets to agriculture. And last but not least, this is Patrick from, that is a Craig. We're going to look at, okay, Patrick will be engaging the group that is going to be talking about system designs. Because Craig, in Mary's presentation earlier on, when we're just starting, it was very clear that they have models and systems that have been, testing. So when it gets to system designs, we are going to have Patrick handle that. Patrick, left to the teams. Okay, so that's how we're going to go around. So we're going to have 4 different teams. You can actually choose to say, I'm going to get my group, we're going to sit out there, or we're going to sit the other side, or we're going to have 2 groups sitting here that you can focus on that. So, comrades, this brings us to the end of today into the breakout sessions. But before you go to the breakout sessions, grab a cup of coffee and some bites. Just spend around like 30 minutes or so. Get in these good sessions. Share ideas. Be open-minded, just like we discussed. Don't get a little bit, cagey about data. Or share with value addition. And that said, if you wish to actually go back home, today is a Monday. It's 4 p.m. Jam is already up there. So don't rush to go home. Sit in the group sessions and enjoy these group sessions. Senior, let's clap for the panelists as we go. So let's go, grab a cup of coffee, then you go in your group sessions. Your leaders will tell you where exactly they need their groups to go. Alan, where is your group going to be? You're going to stay here, so we can have one group around here and the other one on the other side, then 2 can have them outside. Correct? So where is yours going to be? Kamoga? The last 2, you're going to be outside. Okay, cool. All right. Go grab a cup of coffee, then we can go to the different groups. If you want services, it's Alan, he's staying here. If you want to talk about agriculture, it's Paul Kamoga in the other corner. If you want to talk about project monitoring, system designs, we are having Patrick. Patrick is on the outside, possibly will be out here. And then we shall have Benjamin Bowe, who will also be on the other side around the lounging area. So, traffic jam is heavy. Please be in the breakout sessions. Appreciate the data that is there. And let's become quite unique attendees and the participants of this workshop. I wish you the best of the breakout sessions. Hey, we go for tea and then we go in.
you.